फिसल जाए, आँखों में तुमको भरूं,
बिन बोले बातें तुमसे करूं, गर तुम साथ हो,
तुम साथ हो।
ये महल के अंदर आ जाओ। अरे यहाँ पे इवेंट है ना, वहीं पे।
इंस्टाग्राम, ट्विटर,
सर माधव सर Let's do these ones. Like, kind of still catch.
गेम खोलना पड़ेगी।
हेलो। हेलो हेलो।
Hello, hello.
Good morning, Indore. I was expecting some kind of excitement. पोहे जलेबी किसी ने कुछ खाया नहीं है क्या? Come on. Good morning, Indore. अरे थोड़ा excitement, कोई तो morning करो. चलो चलो once again. Good morning, Indore. Woo!
Wow.
Yeah, this was the excitement I was expecting.
Okay.
Cool. So let's just start with the session, and I would request Anurag to go ahead.
कुछ परिंदे उड़ रहे हैं आंधियों के सामने, कुछ परिंदे उड़ रहे हैं आंधियों के सामने, उनमें ताकत ना सही पर हौसला होगा जरूर। इसी तरह आगे बढ़ते रहे तो देखना, इसी तरह आगे बढ़ते रहे तो देखना, तय समंदर तक एक दिन फासला होगा जरूर। As a humble beginning towards empowerment of a society through technology to create a better tomorrow, GDG Cloud Indore presents you Cloud Community Days 2022. And the sole motto of our community is connect, learn and grow.
So this is the first time that we have gathered on such a large scale after the pandemic, and what a lovely gathering it is. I am actually feeling the energy over here. Well, I hope you all are as immensely excited as I am for the event, and I just hope that this event goes out to be a grand success.
Yeah, I definitely am very excited for this event. And I think our audience is also pumped up to begin with this event. But before that, can we see the excitement from you folks once more? Are you excited? Yes! Are you excited? Yes! Good, great,
Oh.
great.
That's a lot of excitement and a lot of expectations. तो अभी इनकी उम्मीदों पे खरा उतरना पड़ेगा.
Beshak Sachita, you are exactly right.
Okay. So I am super hyped up to be hosting such a huge and energetic audience today. For me personally, pandemic had been a very difficult time because of the monotony that it brought together. And with that, there was always a silver lining, and that was technology. So Anurag, tell me how technology helped you in this pandemic.
Indeed, Sachita, I agree with you that there were a lot of problems, but like somehow we managed and we coped up with the situation, and finally like we are here. So we really faced a lot of difficulties, fear, fatalities, and ups and downs, but ultimately we coped up with the situation. Okay, and now almost everything is going good. By the way, Sachita, despite of all the obstacles like we faced in this pandemic, and one thing you as well as all the audience must agree that technology was a boon for us like in this pandemic. During the pandemic, technology connected everyone. We can't even imagine that how we would have survived without being connected with each other. Although we were separated physically, but digitally and like virtually we were connected with each other with the help of technology.
Yes, Anurag, absolutely. And even now, I think after this tough times, our passion for technology is something that has brought us all together today. And we are able to have everything overcome and begin with a new, not online, but offline world. So let's just begin with the most awaited event of the year, that is Cloud Community Days 2022. So cloud computing has taught us that technology can break barriers of distance and help people connect in the most tiring times. And Cloud Community Days is the best platform for beginners to kickstart their career in Google Cloud and professionals to take their career on a runway to next level. We have some amazing sessions lined up, but then before that, I would like to have a little bit of conversation. Like this is the event that I've been hosting. I have been a part of this community since past many years, but I still remember it was DevFest 2018 and it was organized in the same venue, and I attended it as an attendee. I was not even a volunteer over there. That is how I got introduced to the community, and the journey from being an attendee to being a speaker to being a host, it has just been amazing. I can tell you for sure that GDG Cloud Indore, GDG Indore, this community has helped me grow not only personally but also professionally. And I would love all of you to be a part of this community, get involved, make the most out of it. We have some standees of GDG Indore displayed outside. You can just scan over there and be a part of this community. Apart from that, if you face any difficulties, we are always there. The core team members are always there for you. You can reach out to us on WhatsApp, on Discord, or any channel, and we'll be there to assist you.
Yeah, exactly. And never hesitate to contact us. Like, we would love to help you. If you face any type of difficulties, just contact me, and we would try to resolve all your queries and all your doubts. Okay. So, like, we have amazing sessions, lot of activities, many surprises and swags for you, planned for you all. So tighten your belt and be ready for that too. Okay.
So I can assure you that today it's going to rain intellects and smiles. So let's not wait anymore and begin with the season of cloud.
So ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to extend to you a very warm welcome on the behalf of GDG Cloud Indore, who has clubbed all of us for the Cloud Community Days Indore 2K22.
So before starting, let me just introduce myself. As you all know, I am the host for the event, and my name is Shachita Jain. I am currently working as a Python backend developer at a fintech startup in New Delhi called as Tashfin. I am GDG Cloud Organizer and Women Tech Makers Ambassador from Indore. In case you have any doubts, you want to join the community, you want to be a part of the event, you can always reach out to me. And just feel free to reach out. We are always available for you guys.
Yeah, and moving ahead, like myself, Anurag Mishra, I'll just brief about me. And like I was former JDSC lead, and recently like my session got, I'm graduated for that. And like apart from that, I am final year undergrad pursuing BTech in CSE majors from Indore Institute of Science and Technology. So that's pretty much about me. I love being involved in communities and like interacting with new folks and learning new things, exploring new things. So that's pretty much about me. So yeah, let's move forward.
So we have a photo booth arranged outside. You can click as many pictures, you can take as many selfies, pictures of the events. You keep posting it on social media. Let's make this event a trending one, right? Indore, come on, let's make it trending one. थोड़ा hooting हो जाएगी तो अच्छा रहेगा. Come on. Great. So there are some hashtags which you can include while posting on your social media. There's this CCDK 2022, CCD Indore 2022, GDG Indore, hashtag GDG Cloud Indore, hashtag WTM Indore. Keep posting, keep tagging us. Our social media handles are @GDG Cloud Indore, GDG Indore, and WTM Indore. So keep tagging us, keep posting, and come on, we need to make sure that GDG Cloud Indore का event सबसे ऊपर जाएगा, okay? Got it. Cloud Community Days. Yes, let's start.
Okay, great.
Okay, so we have some amazing speakers lined up for you guys. There's Anubhav Singh, Anmol, Dharmesh, Mustafa, Devendra. We'll give their introduction once they come, and I know that they are going to be amazing, and you need to make sure that you make most out of it, because these are the best IT professionals that you will be meeting. So keep asking questions, be a little interactive in the sessions, and try to make most of out of it. And just keep asking questions and try to interact with our speakers. They are all here for you. And this is the time where you can actually get a chance to have a practical knowledge of what is going on in the corporate world.
Exactly. So it is a very good opportunity for you also make the best out of it. And yeah, let's start then.
So this is the agenda. Of course, all of you would have gone through the agenda for now. Have you? Like, okay.
If not, then you can just take a look into
Yeah.
that and just get an insight that how our agenda will be there, what will the overflow and what is the flow of the event. So you can see that.
You can also go to our social media handles. There also you can find the agenda. So you can prepare your questions accordingly. You can see the topics that they are conducting their sessions on and keep asking, I would say. Just be interactive, be active and keep asking questions. They'll be happy to answer you the questions.
Yeah, and let's have a check that how many of you like have checked this agenda like it was posted in the social media of like GDG Cloud Indore. So how many of you like have gone through that or have seen that? Raise your hands.
Okay. सही में देखा है ना?
Okay, great.
Nice.
Okay, fine. I was expecting less ratio, but yeah, like it's good to see that ratio is
इंदौर
that
का
most.
crowd है अच्छा है ऐसे
Yeah.
कैसे?
Okay.
So, the driving factors of our event are our amazing lineup of speakers. We have a jam-packed agenda with lots of learning, networking, and exploring. So, audience, get ready, make the most out of it, and let's just dive into the sessions. Let's start with our first speaker.
Okay, so our first speaker is Mr. Mustafa Batriwala. He is the Director of Technology at Clara, a technology leader, thought leader, cloud architect with extensive experience in designing modern data platform across cloud. As organizations embrace evolving cloud-based technologies for better efficiency, scalability, and flexibility, they face new challenges and lot of difficulties in monitoring and optimizing resources uses and cost. Hovering over these challenges, our speaker tends to cover his learning in cloud cost management and resource optimization. Today, he'll cover challenges in cloud cost management and cost optimization practices.
So, I would like Mr. Mustafa to just come up on the stage. Give it up for our next speaker, Mr. Mustafa Motawala.
So everyone, give a huge round of applause for Mustafa sir. So please.
He is the most humble person you'll ever meet, so keep asking questions, I'm telling you.
Hello. Yeah. So good morning, everyone. So thanks, Sachita and Anurag, for bumping up the interest and excitement for the audience. Sure. Thank you. So very excited. This is the first time I'm interacting with the GDG team. So I'm very excited to be here and present to all of you. So hopefully I will be able to increase the excitement further for the upcoming sessions. So let's start with, so I'll be talking about the cost, right? And that is one of the very important aspect of the cloud journey. And I understand a lot of you people sitting here, you must be using cloud. But tell me frankly, right? When you use cloud, how many of you think about the cost? Very few, right? Very few. So that's the tendency, right? When we use cloud, the major focus is get the machine, start working, and then let the machine run, let anything happen to that. My job is done, I'll develop the code and give it. But nobody thinks about that, what happens in the background, right? How it affects my cost, how it affects my billing. So that's what I'll be talking about. So I think Anurag has already talked about me, so I'll just skip over this. So this is what I'm going to talk about, right? So let's look at the current cloud, right? Where the market is going, what are the industry trends? And then what are the challenges that why industry have realized that there is a need to manage cost, and cost is becoming a concern for a lot of enterprises. And if you, some of the stats that I would share, right? The kind of money that is getting spent on the cloud by large enterprises, even if they are able to save few % of that, it actually helps a lot in cutting down their overall cost as well. And then we talk about that, how do we approach towards the cost, right? So whether we can do it manually, how do I analyze, what analysis I need to do, so that what's an approach. And then what are the best practices that as a developer, as a project manager, as a leader, I need to keep in mind? So that is where we're focused on. And any point of time, if there are any questions, please raise your hand. I think please share your experiences as well. So the global cloud spending, right, if you look at, right, it will go almost $500 billion, right, which is Gartner predicts. And it is true, right? We are seeing each and every enterprise moving towards cloud. Previously, they were technology companies, but now cloud is becoming a part of each and every business, right? Right from small, medium, large, all enterprises are going towards cloud. And there are obvious advantages which you all aware, right? Elasticity, availability, and all those things which are prompting them to go to cloud and get into newer business areas as well. But one of the challenge that these people are facing is that you can see, right, that how it is poised to grow, right? Every organization, they talk about their cloud spend will increase over the next 12 months. But the thing that we need to notice is, look at that purple, right? That they expect that all their cloud projects, almost 30% would be over budget. And if you look at some of the scale that they work with, millions and dollars of cloud project, if they are getting over budget, that puts an additional pressure on the revenue, right? So that is something that is worrying enterprises now. That initially they wanted to go to the cloud, they started experimenting, they started doing POCs, it became successful, they launched into the full product services, but that over budget is something that is considerable now. And again, this is not something that anybody else is telling them. The organizations are realizing themselves that we are wasting a lot of our cloud money, right? So almost there is 32% people who expect that we know that we are wasting, right? But what are we doing about that? That's where we need to think about that. What could be done? How we can waste? Now imagine, let's say a company spending a $10 million on their monthly cloud budget. If they save 10%, it is $1 million or $12 million on a year-on-year basis. So that's a good enough money that can be saved. And if you look at the top cloud initiatives, right? So the optimization is right at the top, right? It is at all the management discussions, the business owners, they want to optimize their cost and they want to kind of, get the better reporting on their financial resources. That is a need right now where everybody wants to optimize the cost. And that's where some of you who raised hands that they think about the cost, but a lot of us still do not think about the cost. Now, what are the challenges, right? Typically, why organizations tend to overspend? Why are we not able to look at the cost? Why are we not able to monitor the cost? What are the challenges? Now, one of the biggest challenge which we see is that whenever we think about the cloud, right, we get the resources, we get everything, but we never think from the perspective that how it is impacting the cost. Because either we don't have access to the billing data, billing is always considered to be very private, very secured, right? The financial teams will have access to that. But actually the developers who are using that, right? So I am the one who is using a machine, but I would never know what the machine is costing, right? How is it impacting the monthly cost? So that is one of the reasons that is the biggest challenge, right? Where we don't have visibility and access to the development teams who are actually contributing to the overall cost. The other important thing is that people are adopting cloud, they are going towards multi-cloud, hybrid cloud. Each cloud comes up with their own cost management. So if I am using cloud one, I'm using Google, there is another, I'm using other cloud, there's a different manner. So how do I consolidate the cost? I need to always look at different dashboards and then adds a layer of complexity. So then my informations are distributed. How could I do that? That's one. Then if I'm using the cloud, the cost is coming up, but who is accountable for that cost? Now, you launched an instance, I launched an instance. How do I differentiate? Right? So there is no way where somebody can be held accountable. So in a large enterprises, small enterprises, there are multiple teams who are using the cloud, right? And they may be using at different scale, right? Some teams might be using hundreds of resources, right? They must be contributing almost 80% to the cost. While the other teams, they might still be doing some experimentation. But how do I differentiate themselves, right? To the financial teams or to the IT teams, there is no way. So they would kind of go ahead and distribute the cost evenly, which is not correct. So that's another challenge that comes in. The other important thing is that as teams, we focus, if we start doing that, we focus more from the monitoring perspective that, hey, okay, what is my cost today? What is my cost tomorrow? What is my monthly cost? What is my quarterly cost? So we feel very happy to see the cost, right? We see the numbers, okay, we are monitoring the numbers, it is increasing, it is decreasing. But what do we do with those numbers, right? How do we optimize that? So instead of optimization, the entire focus is on just monitoring, monitoring, and monitoring. So that's another challenge that we are facing. The other thing is, how do we make sure, how do we proactively monitor the cost, right? So again, there are certain patterns that we need to identify, but there is no means, right? I know there are cloud providers who are coming up addressing some of these gaps, but how do we know that if something goes wrong right at that moment itself? Now, if let's say I started something, I used few services, it costed me a lot, but I would come to know at the end of the month, right? And then eventually that will come to me after 6 weeks that, okay, why you use those machines, but nothing can be done about that. Okay, I left one machine running, it ran for almost 10 days, nobody looked at that, but what can be done now? So that's where we need to start applying AI, ML, pattern matching, event tracking to see that how we can identify any anomalies right when it happens. So if you can tell me that, hey, based on your pattern, something is going wrong because your daily cost is started to shoot up, which is not a normal pattern. So I can correct it, I can save something. But if the same information comes to me after a month, I can do nothing, the damage is already done. So these are few challenges which kind of hinders the process of cost optimization and cost management. And one of the important thing that you would see is that with the extent of cloud usage, right, it is no longer a single account or a single project. Everybody is started using, right? There are multiple teams, multiple projects, multiple accounts. So this entire discipline called FinOps is coming into the picture, right? So FinOps has been a financial discipline, right? But people have started applying it to the cloud cost management just to make sure that we are able to manage the cost effectively. Budget planning is being done, forecasting is being done just to make sure that we are able to kind of manage the cost effectively and trace it back to the teams who are implementing that. So these are some of the challenges. Now let's see that how do we address these challenges, right? So what's the approach for cloud management? Where do we start? And mind one thing, right? That cloud optimization, it isn't a manual process. It isn't a one-time process. It will keep on running, right? You have to use automation. So that's we have to keep in mind, right? This is not something that I can say that, hey, I have optimized everything and now I'm good. You have to keep on implementing your best practices. You have to keep on kind of iterative over the entire process. And that's where what we do is that we start with an assess phase. So assess where do you currently stand, right? What is the current utilization of your cloud, right? How much exactly you are spending. That is one basic information which is still missing, right? A lot of teams don't even look at that. They just keep on using cloud, they keep on building services, they keep on developing, they keep on moving production releases. But nobody thinks about that, okay, how we are impacting the overall cost, right? How our budgets are getting impacted. What is the budget? And that actually, right, limits the budget planning for the executives, right? If I have to spend my cost across different teams, right? I have to prioritize some of my business units, service lines. So how do I distribute cost across them? So that's where the assessment is very important, and where we start that, okay, which are the teams who are using, which are the services which is being used, which regions I am using, what is my cloud footprint right now. So once we get all these things, then we start identifying those things, right? Then we start understanding, analyzing those things and move towards the optimize phase, where we start analyzing that data and come up with certain suggestions and recommendations that, hey, what's going on? How we can make some intelligent decisions, right? So let's say if I'm using certain services, right? Which team is using which services? How many teams are using? Which services are being used? Which are the regions that is being used? Can I club regions, right? Because if you start using different regions for different teams, then kind of it brings an overhead for different teams to manage, right? To enforce policies and everything. So we start analyzing with data, we start coming up with some of those things, that how do we take care of the budget allocation? How do we kind of distribute the cost? And then we need to start using some of the monitoring tools and enforce certain controls, that okay, how I am monitoring my cost on a day-to-day basis, right? How I have certain controls in place so that some teams have a specific budget allocated to them, they should not go beyond that. Some services which are restricted, they should not be able to use. So as a developer, how I can create a machine with kind of hundreds of GBs of RAM? Is it required? So those sort of policies and governance have to be enforced. And then very important thing is charging back, right? Because as I said, that if we start using cloud, but we are not able to distribute the cost evenly, right, in a correct manner, then teams don't take accountability, right? So ideally, the teams who are using the cloud most actually should take the highest percentage of cost, right? But so we need to start establishing a process where I can charge back to teams. So chargeback means that if I'm using 90% of the cloud infrastructure, I should be bearing 90% of the cost. The project team should be bearing that cost. So we have to put processes in place. And there are ways which we'll see in subsequent slides that how can we do that. And once we kind of do this, get into the optimize phase, then it becomes a streamlined process where now we have to start managing it. So then we start talking about some of the other areas, like how can we do optimization right during the design phase itself. So how many of you think, right, when you, let's say, need something in the cloud, how many of you think that what is the correct resources that I need, right? So for example, if you need a machine, how do you decide which machine to use? Anyone? Do you think about that, okay, how much RAM I need, how much cores I need, how much storage I need? Do you think about that? Right? So based on that during development. So that's where I think we start considering these factors right during the development itself, so that we are able to work with the correct resources, right? So it comes as a discipline during your design, architectural and development phases itself. We make sure that all the best practices are followed, right? So each team would have a lot of guidelines depending on your usage. You will come up with a lot of best practices that needs to be followed. And then we start implementing some of the advanced analytics like AI/ML, automated alerting, automated notifications and actions, so that we are able to take some actions as and when it is required. And all these things runs into a process, right? So we again start assessing, start optimizing, managing. So that's where it becomes a cyclic process where we can start. So any questions so far, anyone? Yeah, please.
Hi Mustafa, I am Ankit. So what I'm think about the cost optimization is like it actually depends on the what solutioning like we are proposing. Like there are like trade-offs. Like what solution? Like there are would be two approaches. One would be like higher from the cost perspective, but other would be like just sufficient to meet the requirement. So I think most of it should be driven during the solutioning. Like what should be the tools or the third-party services that we are to use. So that's how actually I think it. Because during the development, that actually is more important, and that actually drives the whole development process.
Okay, great. So see, you are right, but see, even getting higher cost doesn't mean that probably I have created a better software. There are a lot of ways where you can start using the cloud services effectively, right? So where you don't need to do a lot of upfront investment, right? So during development, you might not need a higher machine, right? So you can always develop on what is minimal required, and then eventually when it goes into production, that's where you would need the actual machine to even take care of your the expected load or the peak load that comes in. And still there are a lot of ways where you can use cloud services, right? You can use caching, you can use auto scaling, and a lot of those things that will help you to make sure that you are not planning for over planning, right? For something which might not happen. So that's true. Okay. Any other questions, anyone?
Yeah, hi Mustafa.
Hi.
Satish here. Actually now in our IT industry, microservices is very demanding. So in our industry as a cloud engineer, actually daily basis, lots of daily basis code committed and Jenkins pipeline run and generate the artifact, and daily basis we are stored over the cloud. So how can manage the artifacts and other data and deploy the cloud environment?
Sure. So, and I think we'll talk about some of them, but just to give you an answer for that. So I think that's where cloud is well suited for such kind of development, because whenever you need, something gets created. Now we have seen situations where, let's say, whenever something gets committed, you want to test it. So even test environments are created when something is needed, right? So you can automate all your infrastructure creation, all your deployment, right? Using infrastructure as a code and those practices where the environment comes in whenever you use that, right? Otherwise it is not required. So that's where you start optimizing, because one of the benefits of cloud is that you can create environments on demand, right? So like traditional IT, you don't need to raise requests to your IT teams to get me machines. It takes months and days. Whenever you want, you can create. So in some of the work that we have seen in some of our customers, that what we do is that we automate this entire thing, right? So whenever you want to create something, right? So definitely in the dev environment, you will keep on checking. Whenever things are ready, you want to do some integration. So that's where on a nightly basis, your environment is created, your tests are run, and then eventually that environment goes down. So that's how we try to optimize those things.
And one more thing, actually we are using a AWS environment. So our cloud in AWS already provide the cloud pricing calculator, so we can calculate everything we need, how many amount AWS charge for services we are using. So how this facility is already available. So everyone need to now how can calculate and how can manage the costing. In our environment, actually daily basis, we are using S3 bucket, and we have a lots of data client over client. So for optimization, we are using the alerts and limits. We are defining the threshold and limits over the S3 bucket, and we are using the S3 bucket policy. So we are already working. So how, any other opinion here as a solution architect purpose?
Yeah, that's true. See, cost calculator is always used when you want to plan, right? That, okay, what is the budget or what is the planned cost for my project, right? It won't change dynamically based on what you are doing. So usually we use cost calculator when we do plan, right? So, okay, based on this much resources, what exactly would be my cost on the cloud? But that's something which is my planned cost. What I have seen is that every time my actual cost will go beyond that, because there are so many other factors which will come in, my network traffic, and so many things will start, which probably it will be very difficult for us to estimate. But calculators are good for estimation. So at least that's good that you are using that. And then once we start working, then we need to start using tools that can give us cost on a daily basis, the alerts, the monitoring, and using all the available practices you talked about, life cycle policy, and those things will cover that. So that's true. I think we can use that. We can start moving them. Maybe versioning is not required in your case, so you don't need to keep versions. So try and do those kind of things that can help you optimize those things.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. So let's talk about some of the best practices, right? That, okay, what are the best practices? Now, one of the things that we have seen is that a lot of times the cost is measured at the end, right? At the month end or at the quarter end, and that too by somebody else. Now, there is this strong shift left approach. I think you must have heard about shift left, where we talk about shifting testing towards the development, shifting reviews towards the left. So that is true for even cost also. So shift left means that think about it early in the cycle. So give developers the accountability to start thinking about the cost. So that's where the shift left happens. So that you start thinking about cost early. Sorry, you start taking right decisions based on the management, cost management. You want to start optimizing those things. So that shift left is very important, right? So that's the first principle that we need to follow. I think what this person told, right? So I think start using calculators, right? Start using monitoring, put some basic alerts in place. So that's all the shift left, and that will enable you to go towards the optimization. Then we talked about the chargeback, that how do we charge back to different teams. Now one of the wonderful ways to do that is the tags or labels. So as a best practice, we need to use tags, right? So there has to be a tagging policy enforced whenever you are working with cloud resources. So there are multiple benefits of using tags. The first benefit is that we know the purpose for which the resources are getting created, who created that. So that will help us to kind of reach to that person if we want to take a certain decision about the resource. Second, it will help us in charging back, because based on tags, I can attribute the cost to those teams. Third, I can build a lot of automation using tags. For example, let's say if I want to delete certain instances during the off hours. So using tags, that is something that can be done. So tags are very important, right? So we need to make sure that tags are being used. Depending on your project, depending on your organization, there are tags policies which are defined, and we need to enforce those tag policies. Again, there are multiple ways, since a lot of time we are using infra as a code, platform, everything as a code. So that gives us an ability where we can start enforcing those policies. So if tags are not there, we can even stop creating the resources as well. So tagging is very important. The other important thing which we have been struggling is the idle instances, long running instances which are not in use. How do we know if something is not in use? So that's the biggest thing, right? So if you talk about instances, you talk about your Kubernetes clusters, you talk about your elastic IPs, anything which you use which is not used, how do we identify that? And that is again one of the biggest thing, because when we start using that, we need a machine, we got the machine, but after our work is done, we don't even think about shutting down that machine. It keeps on running, because that's what probably I think most of us do. So there is no way I can know, right, that okay, what should I do? How do I monitor my instances automatically? And that's where a lot of automation has to be created that will help us to identify that okay, if this instance is not in use, there is no load coming on this cluster, I can scale it down, I can remove them. So that helps in my automatic monitoring. Then the life cycle policies for data storage, right? So right, we need to see that storage objects, usually compute buckets, storage, and where we are keeping the objects. We don't need everything in our active storage, right? So there are so many lifecycle policies that we can use here. We can get rid of versioning. We can start moving it to the lower kind of tiered storage. So depending on your use cases, but that is something that we need to use. I'll tell you that we actually have learned all these things through really hard times, right? One of our customers, we just were not using lifecycle policies. Everything always kept in my main storage, right, on my active buckets. But there was no need, a year's data, 2 years data, 3 years data. There is no use to keep them. So even we go beyond that we need to identify that what are the patterns that we need to, that are being accessed for the objects. Are you just writing the objects, or you are just reading the objects, whether you are read APIs or write APIs, and then you have to make decisions based on that. Then automated provisioning and deprovisioning, right? So again, the cloud gives us that benefit that we can achieve that. So we have to use that, right? Whenever something is needed, we will provision. Whenever something is not needed, kind of we'll deactivate that. So that becomes easy because of the automation that we have, the pipelines that we have. In fact, a lot of companies have started creating such automation where during the development hours, the environments are up, but at the night time, everything gets shut down, because there's a huge cost, right? Even 20-50% you can minimize the cost for that. Even you can start using some of the cloud services, right? Whenever you want to scale up, scale down, so those kind of things are also possible. Now initially I think with the traditional IT we had to keep buffer storage for increase in load, but with cloud we can use the scaling policies, right, effectively. So we don't have to over provision, right? So that those are the things that we can start using. Right sizing the cloud resources, that is also important, right? So we want to make sure when we initially do something, when we get into the production, that there are no issues, so probably we'll plan for higher capacity. But is it needed, right? I have seen where we'll get a lot of large memory or CPU intensive instances, but they might not be used, right? We are only consuming, let's say, 10, 20, 30% of my CPU or memory. The problem is that since we look at two different things, right? One is my resource consumption, which is coming from a different source, a different team is using that, and then other is my cost, right? So even I know that, okay, I'm using 30% of the CPU, I would never say that, okay, should I decrease, because I don't know the relation it has with the cost. So those sort of even correlation is required between different data points so that we can come up with effective solutions on that. Then each cloud provider provides a lot of discounts, right? There are sustained discounts, there are preemptive instances. So we need to start using those also. What are the use cases where we don't need a dedicated capacity? So that way I think we can use preemptive instances where it doesn't. So then preemptive instances could give you as benefits in the range of 60 to 70% cost effectiveness, which is huge. But depending on your use cases, you can start using them, right? And then automated actions, right? So let's say if something goes wrong, how I can I don't have to depend on somebody to take an action. For example, let's say I detected that a machine has been running for 2 days. So that's the anomaly that is detected. And I sent an alert, I raise a ServiceNow incident or a Jira, but if somebody doesn't take an action, then what happens? So we have to start automating some of those cases where if something goes wrong, if there is an anomaly, I want to shut down an instance, especially in my lower environments, I can actually do it in an automated manner rather than waiting for somebody else to take that action, because I don't want to waste my time there. And then everything that we talked about, how I can build an automation around that, how I can use effectively and create cost management solutions that can give me all such details. So I should be able to see my cost from a project perspective, month on month, service perspective, what in service we are using, which regions we are using, what is the daily trend, monthly trend, so how that information can easily be available on my fingertips, and that too to the development teams, not to the IT teams, so that each development team can take a decision themselves that, hey, my cost is going up, I need to do something, I need to enforce certain policies on that. So those sort of decisions can happen right at the development team level itself. And then once we start doing that, that will create a kind of a environment where cost will become a primary concern right during the early stages of development. So that's where most of the system will be automated, and definitely there will be a lot of cost benefits you will see. And cost optimization is not just reducing the cost. What will happen is that if you start optimizing, reducing the cost, you will be able to start using some of the newer services, right? You will be able to productionize more use cases, you'll be able to take more workloads into the cloud, because with the same cost, you will be able to run more and more applications on the cloud. So that's another way. It is not just about reducing your builds, but running more things just with the same infrastructure. So any questions on this? Yep.
Hey, hi Mustafa, this
Hi.
is Soumya, and I'm working as a data engineer, and I deal with a lot of data on a regular basis. And as you were talking about right sizing of the cloud resources, what we tend to do is we know that the data will be growing exponentially as we go on to the go inside the project. So as of now, what we do is we we use our resources, or we assign more resources at the production, so nothing fails when more data comes in. So is there a formula, or is there something like a trend analysis, if you have seen in the industry, that if the data is growing at this particular rate, we can like from the start we can provision these this many storage or this many processing units, and as it grows we can grow it up to this percentage, kind of a mathematical or a kind of an observation that you have on which we can grow our resources in and create our auto scaling policies on.
So see, it depends on your use case. Let me share you an example. So I was dealing with a similar case, right, for one of the customers, and everything kind of was on AWS. They were using EMR for a lot of data, and we came with the same challenge. Now, what kind of optimizations we started looking at is that, okay, depending on the use case, what are my requirements? So initially we were running all my use cases with the same set of parameters, right? Same memory, same cores. And that's where we started to look into that, hey, some of my workloads are coming in small batches, so I don't need more memory and CPU. Some of my coming are large batches, so I need more. So we started segregating them on the use case type. So that's one. Then we started using the auto scaling policy. So we started adding more worker nodes as and when required. So that's one way. We started using spot instances for some of those tasks, because they were not very time specific, right? So that give us the capability to do that. So I think that was that is how probably we use that, but it was very specific to that use case. Another one which we have seen is that one of the challenges that a lot of time auto scaling takes time, right?
Yeah.
So if we want to create a new instance, it would take time, because in one of the engagements, what we did is that we actually moved from infrastructure to the containerized environment, because scaling a container is much quicker and much easier.
Yeah.
So that helped us, right, to optimize some of those things. So that was another thing that we did.
Okay, yeah, that helps. And also one more thing, you were talking about environment specific resource allocations. So like it's very normal that there is a sprint, and then we are developing everything into a dev environment. Till then we don't need at least a test environment, production environment is working. So will you suggest that shutting the whole test environment like fully will be effective for cost optimization, or we can
See, if you are not running your test executions during your day, so there is no point keeping that environment up and running. It all
Okay.
depends on the usage. So typically, if your nightly environments, in some of our cases, we usually build in a night, right? So where everything gets created, and then our smoke test or something would take hours and hours. So they can run in during the off hours, and after that, reports are generated, logs are archived. So then we don't need those kind of hardware. So we can definitely optimize on those aspects also.
okay, yeah, that helps. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Anyone else? Yeah.
Good morning, sir.
Hi, good
I am
morning.
Vinay Pawar, currently pursuing my bachelor's from Sage University. I have a question in mind that when we think about optimization, like which policy is best, like prepaid or postpaid? That means first we use the services, then pay, or first pay for the services, then use, then services.
Yeah. So again, see, it depends, right? So for example, let's say if I'm starting something of my own, I am not very sure what would be the usage, how it will get. Probably I'll go with the on-demand, right? The moment I know that I can predict, I can understand that, okay, these are my usage patterns, and I always need this capacity, then I can go and purchase my reserved instances. So reserved instances are actually, it will give you cost benefit of around 30 to 40%. So that's huge. But you need to know what are your data points, right? So that's how you can, either you can purchase in advance, so that helps, or just use the on-demand, which is the benefit of the cloud.
Like you don't know the ideal services, you are just know that are services listed you can use, but you don't know how many services you are going to use in future. So what will be the best?
Yeah, so see, if you don't know what you are using, each and every service has their own cost, right? Own pricing strategy. So it doesn't matter. I think as you're suggesting, always plan for that. If you're even using a new service, go to the calculator and at least estimate what you're looking at. And if your usage patterns are very consistent, then you can say that, okay, how I can get the sustained discounts. So then it helps you. But if it is very sporadic, right, you never know, it is it varies, then you have to actually go with the on-demand pricing and try to optimize it in some other manner.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So are we good with the time? I just wanted to check. We can take questions offline. I'm just towards the end. Oh, sorry. Okay, thanks.
Hello, hi
Yeah.
Mustafa. I'm Pranay. I have a question that if we are using the optimization for our scalability of the business and the projects and all thing, so how we can cost it that we are scaling it more in effective way? Because how we can cost it right, means how we can calculate our cost and what was the features we are including in our overall project?
Okay. So what you're saying is that when you're building something
Yeah.
and you want to know the cost for that,
Yeah,
that
for
okay,
that,
what
yeah.
is the cost?
What resource we can use in it and what was the more features we will include in our overall?
Right. So see, that's important, right? So there are ways of doing that. So once you start estimating that this is the cost that you have, now you want to start monitoring that, okay, what is your overall cost? What are the services which you are using, right? Now there are also ways that depending on your, for example, let's say if you are using microservices and you are deploying in the Kubernetes. So then with Kubernetes, you can even drill down at the service level or the pod level that what is the cost of that pod. So that way you know that, okay, what is the cost of this feature which is running. Now, if that feature is actually very important, you can plan more capacity, that cost is sufficient. But if not, then you can take some action. So
Yeah, like we use Salesforce and AWS over there. Then in Salesforce, we already create our projects and all we use. So there is more we can scalable over their cloud costing and that.
So you are using Salesforce as your application.
Yeah, but for that if we have other form that we can upload our projects over there.
Oh, okay. I don't know about that.
Okay.
Maybe I think we can. I'm not getting what exactly you're trying to get. So
Okay, it's another process.
we can talk after
Sure,
that.
thank
sir.
you.
No problem.
Hi, Mr. I
Yes.
had a question. Actually, we're talking about implementing policy as a code, right? So, my question is, and in my experience, I have seen a lot of enterprises actually dismantling the automated auditing processes just because of the overhead of the risk associated with it. Like we have applications like Cloud Query, extracts, transforms, and load our cloud assets. We can audit it, but do you think it is pretty practical for an organization to centralize the auditing system or automate the auditing systems in order to optimize cost or whatever analysis they have to do? Because if you are auditing something, you are going to visualize it, you are going to use a third-party tool, you are definitely going to use a lot of third-party tools and may expose your data to a lot of risks. So, because I have seen enterprises actually dismantling automated processes, so do you think it is practical right now to actually implement policy as a code?
Right. So see, I have seen people still implementing that because again, it also depends on your size of the organization. Now, some of the large enterprises I have seen, there are hundreds of accounts they have, right? So it becomes very difficult for them to manually or do not place any control. So what they do is that they still have those automated controls in place. Either they have a central account, which is their management account. Everything comes in, they run a lot of the data queries on top of that to know. Especially your higher end accounts like production, stage, they are something that are still under the automated governance. So that you cannot do anything. I have seen people enforce policies where I cannot create an instance of size greater than X. So they have those policies. I cannot go and create any new service. So for that, they have some labs environment where you can go in and explore. But other environments, they are very specific that they cannot do anything, right? So they cannot. That's what I'm saying. It is practical. I think people are doing that. I think they are doing it. It all depends that, see, you are right that automation, I don't know that why automation is used to kind of reduce your overhead. So developing that automation might be an overhead. Once you have that, then I think you start seeing results. And if you see a lot of cloud services, right, they are having so many services that can help you in audit and compliance, right? So they are trying to make sure that this area is addressed and we are able to get a lot of things out of the box where you are able to get scanning of your resources, you are able to get kind of enforce the policies. If something goes wrong, you are able to get those alerts and everything. I think even cloud providers are providing those additional services that can make this process easier. So you don't have to create everything from scratch. Any other? Yeah, this is, yeah, last one.
Good morning, sir. I am Harshal, a student from NMIMS Indore. Actually, I had a connected question with that of ma'am, Kubernetes autoscaling. But actually, I did an internship. So where the manager asked us to sometimes provision the Kubernetes clusters, because the client for which we were running, they had kind of scaling network traffic. So he kind of told us to sometimes over provision them. But is it a good approach, like, because the autoscaling usually takes time? So would it be good if we had created a idle or Kubernetes clusters, or would you suggest a alternative approach to that?
Right. So see, Kubernetes scaling, there are multiple ways, right? You can always do a pod level scaling if that helps. So if it is something that you are short of resources, maybe you can create smaller Kubernetes clusters to host services that needs specific scalability. So the instance level scalability is something that we should always consider at the end, right? And if it doesn't work, then over provisioning, but that will come at a cost trade-off, right? So
Yeah,
I would
actually,
suggest
that's
that
what
either
about.
break your cluster into multiple clusters, start using the platform services, because then the scalability would be much easier. They can take some smart decisions, right? So even I think GCP, they provide this autopilot recommendations and a lot of these things in their GKE cluster that helps to take care of a lot of these things. So start looking for a lot of new things which are coming up, because these cloud providers, they will always come up with some or the other feature that will help you in those things.
Thank you, sir.
Sure, thanks. So I think this is almost, I think these are some of the snapshots I captured just to show that, okay, what are the things that we can, I think maybe, what are the things that we can capture? So I think we talked about region. One of the important thing is this cost utilization by tags. I think this is something which is very important. So I think we need to start identifying that how my cost is getting distributed, right? What are different labels, right? Which are the projects which are consuming the cost. And then this is another one, right? So let's say if my services, so what is the cost of my service? But within that service, what are the other sub-services which are consuming the cost? Because without this information, we will not be able to optimize. So I think we need to, if I say that my compute is taking cost, but in compute there are so many things, right? There are so many different kinds of instances. So how do I know? So I think we need to have a mechanism where we can drill down into all of these things. So I think that's pretty much, so thanks a lot. I think there were a few really good questions which are being asked. I'm still around, so if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer. So thanks. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you so much, Mustafa, for such an insightful session. So as a token of appreciation, I request our GDG leader, Mr. Tushar Pal, to provide some token of appreciation to Mr. Mustafa for his valuable time and such an insightful session.
Please give a big round of applause.
Thank you so much, sir, for coming.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Sudha.
Okay, so we have seen that people have started tweeting and they have started posting social media posts and everything. So I have a surprise for all of you. We have a surprise at the end of the event. Whoever gets the maximum tweets or maximum likes on LinkedIn post. So we have two surprises. One is for the Twitter and one is for LinkedIn. So keep tweeting, keep posting on LinkedIn and just make it the most trending hashtag. Again, I'll repeat the hashtags. We are using 4 hashtags. First is hashtag CCD Indore 2022, hashtag GDG Cloud Indore, hashtag GDG Indore, hashtag WTM Indore. And we are monitoring. We have our whole crew and they are monitoring that who is posting the maximum tweets and who is being active. So yeah, just keep going ahead and just make it a trending one.
Yeah, keep CCD Indore trending one, okay? Okay, so like moving ahead, like it was really nice session by Mustafa sir. Now our second speaker is Mr. Anmol Krishna Sachdeva, who is hybrid cloud architect at Google, an international tech speaker, a distinguished guest lecturer, a tech panelist, and has represented India at several reputed international hackathons, a deep learning researcher who has about 8 publications in different domains. He's an active conference organizer and previously has helped organize some of the most prestigious conference like EuroPython, GeoPython, Python Machine Learning Conference, PyCon India, etc. And all of them were really a huge success.
Also, a fun fact about Anmol is that he likes innovating, keeping in touch with the technological trends and monitoring people, mentoring people. Additionally, his interest lies in cosmology and neuroscience. So I think this session is going to be a really interesting one. And you can, as I can see, people are asking questions, so keep going like that, keep asking, and the speakers are available in case you are not able to ask questions publicly. You can just go ahead, be with them, ask your questions, and just make most out of it.
Yeah, enterprises are looking for digital transformation using the cloud and are aiming at making profitable platforms, building secure ecosystem, customizing user experience, paying attention to data privacy, and achieving automation and a lot more. Okay. Google Cloud provides a market leader full API lifecycle management solution. So this session will focus on basically understanding the capabilities of API GX, a Google managed software as a service solution, along with a small demo on public building API proxies. Okay. So with a huge round of applause, please welcome Mr. Anmol to enlighten us and take the event forward. Once more, give a big round of applause.
Over to you, Anmol.
HDMI नहीं है, DP है. Okay, sure. Okay. You're gonna put my charge. Okay. I think I'm okay. Yep. नहीं हो गया yeah, it's good.
Keep taking pictures, keep posting. Just make this hashtag a trending one. We want it at the end of the event. There should be.
And meanwhile, the setup is going on, like you can also interact with your neighbor sitting as beside you, okay? Because after this session, like there will be also networking session, so that will be also there. But till now, like if you are like getting bored, then you can do that also, okay?
I think there are some technical issues. Till then, you can interact with the people sitting next to you. You can get to know each other and just interact, network over here, so it'll be better. But then you'll have to stop once the session starts. उस हिसाब से करना.
Okay, I'll extend this.
Yeah, till then you are free to interact, okay?
We'll conduct something. We'll ask कि कौन बैठा है पास में. What does he do? What does she do? To just do that. I'll repeat the hashtags. It's hashtag CCD Indore 2022, hashtag GDG Indore, hashtag GDG Cloud Indore, and hashtag WTM Indore. Again, there's a surprise at the end for the person who gets the maximum tweets or maximum likes on LinkedIn. So keep tweeting and keep liking, keep posting on LinkedIn. You can also tag our channels. It's @ GDG Cloud Indore, @ GDG Indore, and @ WTM Indore.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon all present. My name is Anmol Krishan Sachdeva, and today I'm going to talk about how you can have seamless API lifecycle management using a platform called Apigee, which is a Google offering. First, we'll be seeing what we can do with Apigee. We will learn about its capabilities. Thereafter, we will have a short demo wherein I'll tell you how you can have the policies bundled so that you can have a working API proxy. Just a disclaimer that the content and views presented during this talk are my own and not of organizations I'm associated with. So it's my personal work. And let's start. So if you see, this is what used to happen before API management existed. You used to have some, I'm not sure if it's visible or not, but let's say we have customers of different sort. There could be partners of your organization. These could be customers, your end consumers, your subscribers. These could be utilizing different applications to connect to your API proxies or backends, and they may want to have different authentication systems. They may want to have different policies. Let's take an example that you have exposed your backend in a way that it gives response in XML. But you have some new set of clients coming who want to utilize or consume the response in a JSON, and they are expecting a JSON response from your backends. So what you do some transformation or mediation so that you can support the old clients as well who want response in XML, and you can support the new clients as well who want response in JSON. So it becomes relatively tedious if you have a lot of such use cases wherein you have some response payload specific modifications to be done, you have some transformations to be done, you may want to implement some rate limiting logic at your backend level so that you can save yourself from threats. You may want to have some throttling done for the request. You may want to have some certain sort of authentication or authorization required in order to access your backends. So let's take this example where we have 3 customer types. One is customer, which is accessing application A. Application A is making request to orders API, which is /orders. I'm not sure if the pointer is visible or not, but the first one is application A, and it's making request to /orders API. The second is another customer, which is like essentially your partner, could be any partner or affiliate of your organization. They are accessing some internal API, which is inventory API, which is a highly privileged API, and only some restricted set of users should be able to access that. And you have your internal employees, which are again trying to access some catalog service, which is internal to your organization. Now, these customers have different requirements. One being an external customer uses application A and wants to have connection done to your SaaS software which you are hosting. You may have your applications hosted in SaaS, your on-premises system, your multi or hybrid cloud setup. You could be utilizing AWS, Azure, GCP, Alibaba, and your on-premise data centers for hosting your backends, and all of these could be working in tandem. So let's assume that you are running some legacy software in form of monolithic services. You have some cloud services, maybe serverless, maybe Kubernetes, maybe microservices. You have some SaaS software wherein you are responding to your applications through some managed service. Now, application A wants to connect with some SaaS software, and for connecting to that SaaS software, application A has to use API key authentication mechanism. Whereas the same application, when wants to connect to your legacy system, it has to use the certs authentication mechanism, and likewise it has to use basic auth if it wants to connect to the backend system, which is like present in some cloud, which may be Azure or AWS or whatever. Now, here we have a situation introduced wherein there are confusions among different parties which are party to this flow. So you have application developers who essentially are the client-side application developers, because they have to know about API key verification method, the cert verification method, the MTLS verification method. So they need to know a lot of things about how authentication and authorization works. And it gets very tedious at scale to know about all these things and to have all these mechanisms implemented in an individual fashion for all the services that you want to access, right? So for order service, you are using 3 different mechanisms, and order service is essentially being exposed through these 3 backend services. So now what happens is that we have something called as Apigee, which comes to rescue, and it's an API management platform. It's more than a gateway, and we will understand what's the difference between a gateway and a management platform. So on the right hand side, you can see that on the top we have customers, apps, employees, partners, could be IoT devices, could be any consoles, some playing, you can say stations, some television devices. So n number of devices could be there, connected devices, IoT devices could be there. And on the bottom you see that there are internal systems like CRM, ERP systems, data warehouses, payment systems, and n number of systems that you may want to expose to different set of clients. Apigee sits in between like a facade layer and helps with modification, transformation, helping with security, having the authorization, authentication logic put, and essentially it is a middle layer or a facade layer which helps translate requests in the way that is that supports both the client needs and the backend needs. So you don't need to make much modifications on the backend side. You don't need to make much modifications on the client side. You delegate that stuff to Apigee, and Apigee takes care of this modification and transformation. So at a broad level, this is how it looks like when you have your API management layer introduced in between this, and this is kind of a sandwich architecture. Between the client and the backends, you have your Apigee management layer. And at the top, you are seeing that the middle layer, which is the facade layer, is offering you access control or ACL. You are having rate limiting done, so you can have quota policies. Quota policies help you with throttling your request for some certain period of time. So you may say that if some malicious actor is trying to access my backends and bombard requests on my backends, I may want to limit them. So I may say I may only entertain 50 requests per second or 50 requests per month or whatever. So you can have that X number of requests per some time duration, could be month, could be week, could be days, could be minutes, seconds, whatever. You can have some quotas imposed, you can have some caching applied, so you don't literally need a CDN layer as such. Apigee has inbuilt caching mechanism, and it has 2 layers, layer 1 and layer 2 caches. I'll not be going into much details of how internally Apigee is working, but ultimately, if at all you don't have a WAF layer, if you don't have a sophisticated CDN layer, Apigee has out-of-the-box capabilities where you can have application firewall and content delivery catered. You have some transformations done for your request as well as responses. So suppose now your backend wants to have some particular header, but your clients are programmed in a way that they only support query parameters. So suppose you are making a request to a backend which requires location. Your client is sending location as a query parameter in the request payload, whereas your backend requires it to be present inside a header. So Apigee can have that query parameter to header transformation so that your clients or backends don't need to have any complex logic created. So you keep your backend layer and client layer very simple. You delegate the complexities, the networking complexities, the security complexities, and any transformation complexities to the facade layer, which is Apigee management layer. Then you have something called as app developers. You can even have your API proxies bundled together and exposed over a marketplace, which we often call as developer portal. So you can have your API proxies showing as a catalog in literally a fashion like you see on sites like Flipkart, wherein you are having catalog of clothes, you are having catalog of groceries. Here you have catalog of API proxy bundles. So you can say that for some particular client, let's say we have a company A, which is your end consumer, you want to have some API proxies exposed to them, let's say orders and products. You bundle them together and then you expose them and you sell them. You actually can monetize. You can associate some rate plan to your APIs. And you can say the same rate plan will not work for the companies, you can have actually specific rate plans created for all the companies or all the organizations or subscribers of your API products. So ultimately, you can say if you have a privileged partner, you will give them some discounts, you will have them some high privileges given. So maybe they have access to the HTTP put verb, post verb, delete verb, get verb, but then you can have an unprivileged subscriber whom you want to not provide any discounts, and you will just give them get verb. You can have different OAuth scopes also configured, and you can have some custom attributes added to your API proxy flows so that we can have some conditional flows done for these particular clients. So if some client is having some specific host name and base path requirement, you can have those added as a metadata attribute, and based on that you can take some conditional action. So all the processing happens in Apigee, and ultimately Apigee just performs the processing, gets to the backend layer, the backend produces response, and then the response related transformations can also be provided at the Apigee layer. So we will see that shortly when I take you through a demo. Then you have analytics as a very good feature of Apigee, and this is where you are having this go above and beyond from what an API gateway has to offer. So an API gateway just gives you some minimalistic set of, what can I say, threat protection, but it's a very minimalistic set. You can have some rate limiting done, you can have some transformations done, very basic transformations done. But what API management is doing is it's extending the API gateway functionality. It's having more features like analytics. You can have analytics for your business stakeholders, so they can see from which audience, from which geography, from which devices your clients are making requests. You can have analytics for your SRE, DevOps team, platform team, wherein they can see which proxy is utilizing how much time. You can see the P99, 95 latencies. You can have the caching related stats also exposed using analytics. You can have the analytics for your developer audience. You can see what all developers accessed, what all APIs during which time, so that you can monetize accordingly, and you can have your rate plans adjusted. And there are a lot of metrics for the security people as well. So you can see exactly when SQL injection is happening, when some DDoS attack is happening, and even if you don't have a sophisticated WAF layer like Cloud Armor or any other WAF tool like Akamai or Cloudflare, you can still have Apigee work as sort of threat mitigation actor here, and it can have some basic threat protection policies also introduced, which are like very much suitable for people who are getting started in their API management journey. So at a glance, we see that Apigee is offering us with full-fledged API lifecycle management capabilities. You can design and develop your API proxies in a very sophisticated fashion because you have out-of-the-box policies. There are close to 50 plus API proxies, policies which you can directly consume without needing to modify anything, and you just will need to tweak a few bits in terms of some configuration parameters like what name you want to provide, which base path you want to provide to, and ultimately what all will be the request specific configuration. Like if you want to have 50 requests per second throttle, then you will just be required to provide that configuration. But from a proxy building standpoint, you don't need to do anything. There are 50 plus API policies that are available, and then there are capabilities where you can have your custom extension callouts written in JavaScript, Python, or Java. You can have your jar files imported as in form of resources, and ultimately you can have complex logic and third-party integrations also laid out. Apigee has recently announced an integration feature wherein it is supporting a lot of integrations with third parties. Could be AWS, could be systems which are APMs like application performance systems, some data storage or data stores. So a lot of things are there, even integrations with some queuing systems are there. So Apigee is coming with a lot of things in terms of integrations as well. Then you can, then you can have, as I mentioned, transformation, mediation, and integrations done, and we will shortly see how it works. You can have the security added, so it could be JOT security, it could be JWS, it could be OAuth, it could be API key verification, it could be any integration that you may want to do with some third-party identity provider like Okta, like Azure Identity. You can have the authorization and OAuth scope-related information passed between these two parties, and once your identity provider authenticates and authorizes the call, then only you can have the call go through and reach your backend. So this acts like a security layer as well. You can publish and develop your API proxies, and you can have them published in marketplace over developer portal. There are 3 types of developer portals that are offered. One is Drupal based, one is the integrated or native developer portal, and then there is also a portal which is called as do it yourself or your bespoke portal, wherein you can have whatever you want exposed on the portal using the management APIs of Apigee. So ultimately, you can have the management APIs called through some curl mechanism, or you have even SDKs through which you can have the APIs accessed. You have scaling and automation. Apigee comes in 3 flavors. We will see them shortly. How this is scaling and automating is because we have CI/CD support. There is a really good set of libraries which are available. You have Maven plugins, you have Gradle plugins, you have plugins on the lines of PHP, Java, you have some scripts written in Python, you have some bash scripts, there are some Ansible connectors and integrators. There are a lot of accelerators there which the DevRel team has produced, and they are open source, and the community is also supporting. So there is a good line of CI/CD integrations. You can have integrations with the native GCP CI/CD tools like Cloud, Build, Deploy. You can even have integrations with Jenkins, Travis, GitLab, whatever you want. Scaling is a part which we will see shortly, and internally, Apigee is running on a Kubernetes cluster, so the auto-scaling aspects are also taken care of. When you are dealing with something which is in a hybrid topology deployed, you can even have the scaling done on your end, and we will see that shortly. You can monitor your API proxies, you can have the logs exposed of the system and the APIs. You can even have your logs synced to some third-party APMs like New Relic, Dynatrace, Datadog. All the integrations are there, and you can have custom integrations using some policy called a syslog policy, wherein you just provide the HTTPS and SSL endpoint, and you provide the certificates, and you are able to have those logs shipped from Apigee to the sink. Then you have analytics, as we discussed, and you can have monetization. So let me go to the next slide. So these are the 50 policies which I was talking about. On the first column, you see these are traffic management policies. You have something called as quota. You have something called as spike arrest. You have something called as caching. You can have native caching. You have cache lookups. You can have quota resets. You can have security on the security side also. You can have a lot of things like HMAC core security. You can have OAuth, and you have OWASP 10 list also checklisted here. So it's like really secure platform. And even if you have any PCI, PII, or like HIPAA compliance related requirements, then also Apigee is compliant, and there are different offerings and different ways of how you can have your data masked and obfuscated as well. So all those things are possible with Apigee, and this is where many strong security integrations you are seeing out of the box, which are rarely seen in other platforms, and this is where Apigee goes above and beyond, and it's one of the platforms which is natively offering monetization, and this is something which you will not see in other API platforms or gateways. So this again is a unique feature of Apigee. Then comes the transformation, translation, or reformatting related capabilities, wherein you have things like GraphQL also supported, which is again really cool. You have support for WebSocket streaming APIs and whatnot. So you can have even subscriptions, mutations, queries of GraphQL, which is really advanced use case catered, and ultimately you have a lot of custom policies also in the last column, through which you can have like things written in Python. You can have proxy chaining done. You can have proxy chaining done across different layers. And ultimately, this is where you are getting a lot of custom benefits, or you can say you can write your custom integrators as well. Coming to the type of runtime options which Apigee provides, the first is Apigee X, which is the SaaS version, which is a new generation SaaS version. There used to be a version called Apigee Edge, or Apigee Edge for public cloud. That is an old version now. There's this new version which is totally integrated in GCP, which is AppGX. And here you have two planes, control plane and the runtime plane. The control plane essentially takes care of the management UI, which we will see shortly. There is something called as developer portal, which is maintained by the control plane. There is something called as analytics, again, which is reported to the control plane, and then you have those exposed to by the control plane. Then you have runtime plane, which is the essential runtime worker. You have a Kubernetes cluster running underneath, and that is auto-scaled. And you have components which are forming APG, message processors or runtime processors, wherein the actual execution of the API proxies happen. Then comes the APG hybrid option, which you see on the second tab. This is APG hybrid. This is where you want to have control plane hosted in GCP, but you want to maintain your runtime plane in some cloud provider of your choice or your on-premise environment. So you can have your runtime plane hosted on EKS, which is Amazon Elastic Kubernetes Service. You can have it on Azure Kubernetes Service. You can have it on OpenShift, you can have it on Anthos powered clusters. You can even run the runtime plane in a totally on-premise environment. You can have the DMZ setup, and you can have some network isolations also placed. And ultimately, all those clusters are powered by something called as Anthos. So that is something we will not be looking at today, because that is a massive offering on its own. And we will be just talking about APG aspects here. Then there is something called as APG OPDK, or Edge for Private Cloud. This is essentially a totally on-premise or data center hosted version, wherein the control plane and the runtime plane are managed by the customer. GCP doesn't come into picture there. So you can have this totally run in your isolated data center, and you can have the redundancy and all the things that HADR kind of taken care of. There are many distributed systems or components associated. Underlying, you have Cassandra running, you have Zookeeper running, you have some integrations of Postgre, you have some Apache Cupid processes running. So a lot of things are there in the runtime plane for OPDK, and it's relatively complex. So talking from a complexity perspective, AppGX is really good to get started. There is also a pay-as-you-go version, which has been launched in the first week of September, so like a week back only. You can now have APG journey started without thinking, and you will only pay for the stuff that you are consuming. Earlier, what used to happen, you had to go through a subscription model, wherein you need to first buy stuff, buy the licenses, and then go with your APG journey. But now, here is the pay-as-you-go offering in APGX, which has been announced, and then you can kind of leverage this to the extent you want. So this is relatively the simplest option out there, because it's a SaaS service, it's fully managed. When it comes to hybrid, you have an overhead of managing your Kubernetes clusters, and this is where some people who have requirements to keep their API gateway and management capabilities closer to their backend workloads prefer to utilize this. OPDK is highly complex, and it is utilized for environments, regulated environments, like if you were to be in China, if you were to be in Africa, wherein there are cyber security laws, and you cannot have the networking laid out. You can utilize OPDK, and you can have that leveraged. So at a top level, this is a high-level architecture of AppGX, and today we will be just focused on AppGX. I'll not be going in AppG hybrid and OPDK, because that is beyond the scope of this talk. You have something called as the runtime plane, which is shown in the pink, and you have something called as the APG service plane, which is the hosted plane, which is shown in the gray on the left. So the first one is the management plane, and the second one is the runtime plane. You have them interconnected, so ultimately they are able to reach each other. The connections are initiated from the runtime plane to the management plane for shipping some information and actually having all the things streamlined. Ultimately, you have your client apps or applications reaching out to the runtime plane, and then the runtime plane performs some processing. The processing may lead to even going forward and having the request routed to the backend services like it's shown. Now the backend service receives the request, it performs whatever is required, it produces a response and gives back to Apigee runtime. Now Apigee runtime can perform another set of transformations here in the response flow, and ultimately it can have asynchronously the information shipped regarding analytics and logging to the GCP services which are shown at the bottom, and then you can have the response given back to the client apps. So this is how in short, AppGX is working. So to recap, there is a request flow, which is from client to AppG. Then AppG performs some, you can say, activities like it has the threat protection done. It authenticates the request, whether the user is a legitimate user or not. And then ultimately, it can have some custom transformations also done if you require them before reaching to backend service. Like you can have the query parameter dropped and converted to headers, right? If your backend system supports that. And then the backend receives the request. Now the backend processes whatever it is meant to do. Now it gives back the response back to the AppG runtime. AppG runtime can again perform a set of transformations on the response now. So earlier it was performing the transformations on the request. Now it is performing the transformations on the response. And once it is done, you can have the response given back to the client, right? And we will see shortly, we will see 3-4 policies I'll implement in front of you, and you will see the beauty of this platform. So behind the scenes, what is happening? There is this customer project, GCP project. If you are familiar with the GCP terminology, the first icon or the first tab that you are seeing is a customer network, and there is a Google managed tenant project in the background. This is the place where the AppG runtime is getting hosted, and ultimately it is VPC peered in the background. Now, clients are accessing your GCP platform through some load balancer. Let's assume it's a global load balancer. Your global load balancer is routing the request to AppG through some network bridges or managed instance groups. So managed instance groups are set of or a collection of compute instances. It's very much similar to the auto scaling groups that you have in AWS if you are familiar with the AWS terminology. Why this MIG or the managed instance group is needed? Because there is a VPC peering in between these two projects, and load balancer cannot go to the runtime directly. So you have some forwarding rules present here. You have some forwarding happening through the IP tables, and because of that, you are able to reach the AppG runtime. And then the flow which we discussed earlier actually follows, and you have the response generated, and it is given back to the API clients. Further behind the scenes, in a detailed manner, you have your API consumers on the left. It reaches some load balancer. It could be a global load balancer, or if the clients are residing within GCP, or if their clients are residing in some on-premise system, or you are connecting your GCP with AWS or Azure or any other cloud, you can have those connected through VPNs or interconnects. And there are two types of interconnects that are present. One is dedicated interconnect, one is partner interconnect. So it really matters which option you want to go with depending on the requirements. So as of now, this case just assumes that your client is somewhere on the internet. You are hitting a load balancer, which is global load balancer, and you must be having some public IP and host name associated to it. And we will see that shortly. And then you have the request forwarded to the network bridge, which is the managed instance group. From the managed instance group, you have that into the AppGX runtime. Now, AppGX runtime itself is having an internal load balancer. Why? Because internally it has to load balance among the different message processors or the runtime processors that are present. The request from the load balancer is given to the AppG runtime, which is essentially a Kubernetes cluster underneath. Then, in order to reach the backend services, it may be some public backend, it could be some backend which is situated within GCP. Again, it could be a backend which is situated somewhere in your on-premise system or your some other clouds of your choice. As of now, we are seeing the backend which are situated in internet. That is where you have a NATing system in between, and you have the request natted to your backend systems. If it were to be on-premise, or if it were to be some cloud, multi-cloud system, in that case, you may have again routed through VPNs or interconnects, right? So it really depends on the left side between client and AppG, whether you are having interconnect or whether you are having some hybrid connectivity, or whether it's totally kind of governed through the load balancer concept. And on the right side as well, you have the same concept applying, wherein you can have hybrid connectivity, you can have internet access, or you can even go with some internal GCP related backends. Now this flow between client to AppG in the AppG terminology is called the northbound flow. And the flow between the AppG and backend services is something called as a southbound flow. So northbound is essentially the ingress flow from client to AppG. And southbound is essentially the thing or the traffic routing which is happening between the Apigee and the backend system, right? So any questions till this point? Because after this, I am going to move to a demo. Any questions? Any questions related? Yeah.
Hello. Yeah.
Yep. Hi.
Yeah. So myself Prajwal, I'm a developer and a tech recruiter. So my question is basically just a small one. What's the upper edge of Apigee with its alternatives like WSO2, API management, like Apache APSIC, and any other like alternatives? They provide log management, they provide API management, security, and monitoring, and all the stuff. So what's the upper edge of an Apigee here? And for comparing with enterprise level projects as well as small and medium enterprises. So
thanks for the question. It's really good. Ultimately, I'll just again frame the question. It's a question related to how Apigee compares against its competitors, right? There are already some API management platforms which are really sophisticated, which are really old, which are really stable, which are there from some big tech giants as well. How does Apigee compare to them, right? So Apigee is giving you something called as monetization capability, which is not there in other platforms, right? That's the first advantage of Apigee. Second thing, the analytics which it is giving again is something which is not present in the other platforms. You may have to go with a lot of integrations or custom integrations, writing custom logic, but Apigee is giving you out of the box all these things. So this is where the Apigee is coming with an edge, and there are certainly some policies as well which are being offered by Apigee but not by competitors. I won't name the competitors as such, but Apigee in itself is a full-fledged API lifecycle management utility or platform, and it has been marked as leader since like a few years consecutively by Gartner, Forrester, and other you can say the organizations which actually perform service, right? So monetization, analytics, and the set of out-of-the-box policies are something which make Apigee unique. It also supports open API specifications, because of which you can migrate to Apigee very seamlessly, right? So it has good seamless integration with third parties, with on-premises systems, with the other clouds, and internally with GCP functionalities as well.
So just a quick internal question, like so if I use Apigee, like I'm not using GCP, but I need to use my for API management with other third-party microservices, etc. So is it a good idea, like how to go with that stuff?
Yeah, certainly. So there is something called as you will need to have a landing zone in GCP, right? That will be a very minimal landing zone which is very focused on Apigee. You will need some certain, you can say, prerequisites. So certainly you will need an identity access management platform. So GCP has something called as Cloud Identity along with Cloud IAM that you will need to start your journey on GCP. There will need to be some resource hierarchy because GCP is working in a relatively different format from other cloud providers like AWS and all. So GCP has a concept of resource hierarchy wherein the top level entity is called the GCP organization. Then you can have logical structuring done in terms of folders, and under folders you have projects. The projects are the actual containers of the workloads. So you can have Apigee associated to a project running in a GCP hierarchy. So first you will need an identity platform so that you can onboard your domain, right? So you can have xyz.example.com as the domain which you are using primarily, and you may want to onboard that so that you can have the identity management related aspects dealt with, right? You will onboard some users, so user provisioning and role-based access control is something you will need to set up using Cloud IAM. Post that, you will need to go with organization hierarchy setup, and then you will go with the minimalistic setup of network architecture, and that's it, right? You can have add-ons done if you want some WAF capabilities. You have something called as Cloud Armor. If you have to go with some bot detection related functionality, there is something called as reCAPTCHA by Google. You can have all those integrations. You can even have integrations done with Cloud CDN. You can have integrations done with Kubernetes. You can have serverless workloads. You can have any sort of workloads, any management services, any AI ML related services, any data stores that are there in GCP or in other clouds. So it's totally up to you to what extent you want to start, you want to kind of proceed with, right? But ultimately with pay-as-you-go, it's very, very simple to start your journey with Apigee, and there is also an evaluation organization of Apigee which you can create, and you can access it for 60 days without any fee if you are on GCP. So that's about it. So you need to have a very limited setup. No one is stopping you from just utilizing Apigee, but there will be some very basic prerequisites like onboarding your identity and having RBAC done and having some bare minimum set of projects so that you can support your Apigee needs.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? We will get to the demo shortly. Any questions till that time? Yep, there's one at end. Yep. Yeah, so there are a set of policies essentially which you can implement. There is something called as quota, wherein you define that I will only entertain X number of requests during Y time duration. So it's like 50 requests per day you will entertain, and post that you will deny all the requests. There is something called a spike arrest, which is you actually provide a binning mechanism. You say that during a time frame I want to slice it in some bins. So say your 1 minute is sliced in 20 seconds bin, and for each 20-second bin you will throttle. So you will just entertain 20 requests during that 20 seconds time frame, and beyond that, during that 20-second time slice, all the requests will be throttled, and again from the 21st second it will again start giving response or entertaining requests, right? So yeah.
Get it wrong. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but if we get this wrong, like this second window, there might be a case in which our request, the genuine request, might get dropped. So, don't you think that's a problem?
Yeah. So it's a problem with any kind of security system, right? All the security systems widely utilize this sliding window model, wherein you can slice things and you can have those requests entertained or catered through that stuff. Now comes a thing called as advanced AI operations in Apigee, which helps you analyze the request type. You can have client IP reputation. If some client is already recognized as a bad actor, it will be blocked by Apigee. But for that, you will need to have the integration done with the reCAPTCHA, which is an offering for bot detection, and it has sophisticated, you can say, features which are even beyond the Apigee stuff, and they complement Apigee, right? Now with volumetric attacks like DDoS attacks on layer 7, layer 3, layer 4, you will again require a very sophisticated web application firewall. Apigee will just be able to have your rate limiting, throttling done. You can have caching done so that your backends can be preserved and they are not attacked in the manner which the malicious actor is trying to do. You are even having provisions to have geographic IP reputation, ACLs implemented using Apigee out of the box without involving the WAF capabilities or the reCAPTCHA capabilities. There is also something called as Apigee Sense, which used to exist in the old generation of Apigee, and now it is being integrated fully in the GCP. So in a few months' time, you will have something called as Apigee Sense, which will have the bot detection capabilities out of the box merged in Apigee. So Apigee itself is capable and self-sufficient to block a lot of varieties of attacks, and then you can have tools or features which will complement Apigee and will provide more set of features, like you can have a sophisticated firewall, application firewall, and a lot of stuff. And even you can have firewalling done from GCP. You can have firewalling done at the backend level. You can have a specific NAT IP reserved, which you can whitelist on your backend side, again because you may want to have your backends also get secured when using Apigee. So all those features are something which Apigee is offering.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Thanks. Any other questions? Yep.
Hi, I'm Mansi.
Yep.
I'm currently working as a product manager in a SaaS-based company. So we're using cloud services and APIs extensively. So my question is that with the increase in the clients, the APIs tend to become more complex and complex.
Yep.
Every new client will ask for more custom fields, more extended fields
Yep.
at a query param level as well as at a response param level, right?
Yep.
So how does APG help in monitoring that data at a parameter level?
Yep.
Because the increase in parameters increases the probability of getting more and more fraudulent data, as you know,
Yep.
right?
It's a really good question. Yeah, thanks Mansi for asking it. So Apigee is essentially a platform which is also offering you with API proxy revisioning, right? For each change or each modification that you need to do to the platform, suppose you have your API proxy with a very minimal set of policies which block the request, but now you think that you have some new clients coming and they have new set of requirements which you want to support, and you want to support that in a backward compatible fashion. So there is something called as API proxy contracts or API contracts. And Apigee is really capable of having those contracts established by using the concept of API proxy revisions. You can have each new modification saved as a new revision, and it will be up to you for which particular client you want to expose which revision. So there could be a revision named revision 10. It's very much like tagging system. That tag can be utilized to cater to some set of, you can say, clients, and you can have the client's specific attributes also linked. You can have configuration management and property management like you have in Java or like you have in any other system. You can essentially use these properties in key value maps or property files, and you can have client-specific properties fetched in the API proxy flow in a conditional format, so that based on some specific condition, even within a revision, you can perform some specific task which is just meant to be performed for that particular client. Also, you have something called as data collector or data capture policy. Earlier, it used to be called as statistics collector policy. This policy is used to have your data captured specifically for the clients in the way you want. So you can have these as complementing the analytics feature that you asked for. So I hope that answers.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask one small thing.
Yep.
So currently, like most of the companies have runtime APIs actually active through different POS systems or anywhere else. Now you said in your chat that the data will come to Apigee, it will perform certain activities, then it will lead the data to my system where I get the response, and I'm supposed to send the response back. Do you think there'll be a time impact in this entire process because we're introducing a whole new layer in between?
Yeah, certainly. So this is where you have different options like Apigee Hybrid, wherein you can keep the workload, the API management layer closer to your workload, because ultimately this is a SaaS platform. If you are having it go through the internet route, certainly there is going to be some added latency, which will be few milliseconds only, but still there will be an added latency, right? So there is also something called as lightweight gateway offering of Apigee, which we call as Apigee adapter for Envoy. It uses the Envoy configuration that you can host in your on-premises or near to your workloads, and it has a sidecar, and it can have a runtime service locally running in your workload environment or in the vicinity of that, and it will be acting like a caching layer, wherein from the management layer it will be having the configuration fetched and kept very close to the backend system, so that it very much feels like a service to service call within that vicinity. So that's a lightweight mechanism, a lightweight gateway that you can have, that's called Apigee adapter for Envoy. So all those mechanisms are there. You can have CDN for your less frequently or less frequent dynamic requests which are there, or you can have them for static assets as well.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks. Okay, if there are no other questions, I will move to the demo. So we will see 2-3 policies which we will implement as a flow, and you will see the beauty of Apigee. So this is essentially the Apigee management UI. I'll zoom in. Hope it's visible at the back. Okay. Okay, so on the left pane, you have something called as develop, you have publish, you have analytics, and you have admin. Now, develop is something which you will utilize for developing your API proxies and policies. Publish is something which you will utilize to have your proxies bundled and exposed to the developers outside in form of some marketplace or developer portal as we discussed. And just before moving ahead, I'll show you a very good developer portal which Apigee itself uses to expose its management API to the users. That is called the Apigee Edge API or Apigee Developer Portal. It's a portal which Apigee itself is using to expose the set of API proxies for the management capabilities of Apigee, but certainly you can have your specific custom developer portals created based on the requirements that you have. So here we see that there are a lot of manuals out there. There are operation-specific manuals. You have information related to what all methods are supported from HTTP side, what all status code you will be receiving, what type of request is it? Is it a GraphQL request? Is it a REST request? Is it a SOAP request or whatnot? And then ultimately, You have the categories where you can navigate. You can have API monitoring specific information for API proxy. So it's very much like a smart documentation of your Open API specification, or you can have the Swagger specifications also integrated. Both Open API Spec 2 and 3 versions are supported in Apigee. Coming back, how the catalog would look like, there is this API section, and this is like just a sample developer portal which I am showing for showing the capabilities of how you could go about designing your developer portal, but it's totally up to you how you want to package your API proxies. You can have one package which have lot of HTTP verbs access, and you have privileged access, and you can have the monetization done accordingly, and then you can have some really unprivileged set of API proxy bundles that you may want to expose for some certain set of users. You can even have abstraction done to the level of how a developer is meant to access the API developer portal. So if there are set of internal developers who are meant to, or who are privileged enough to utilize some API proxies which are really internal to the system, you can have those additional tiles shown here in the catalog which will not be visible to the public, right? So you can have those abstractions based on RBAC. You can have SAML federations done with your custom identity provider even to have those authentication related stuff driven. So let's see, on the API monitoring alert side, there are set of APIs which are available. So on the left side, you see how this API can be utilized, what all paths it is exposing. It's a get and post call that it's exposing, and then there are some sub path related proxies that are exposing. You can have a native inbuilt API proxy mock system as well, which you can use so as to demonstrate what this API proxy will do, right? So all these functionalities you are giving the user through the developer portal so that the user can literally analyze which product is right for them, and then they can start consuming, right? So this is like a developer portal which you can see, and you can have certainly your own developer portal created. This is something which you will utilize for accessing the Apigee management APIs like you would do with any of the GCP APIs. So if you were to interact with GCP Kubernetes service, which is GKE service, you would have utilized the Kubernetes management APIs. In this case, you are utilizing the Apigee management APIs, right? Now let's come to the Apigee management UI. Here in the develop section, there is something called as API proxies. We will go ahead and develop some API proxy here. There is something called as shared flow concept. So this is where if you have hundreds of proxies, or even you can have thousands of API proxies, and you want to have some common flow shared amongst all of them, right? So in that case, you will create a shared flow. You will go with specifying the policies, like you want to have quota policy for every proxy. You want to have authentication done in a very significant fashion. Sorry. Yep. We may want to have some API proxy related policies implemented throughout the API proxies that are there. So for that, we will have the shared flows done. So let's quickly have, I have already overrun my time, so I'll take 2-3 minutes to develop an API proxy quickly, and I'll show you, and you can also access through your mobile devices that API proxy, okay? So we will go with creation of the API proxy. We will follow this UI wizard, but this can be done through CI/CD or the SDKs as well. We will click on reverse proxy. We will name as GDG, okay? We will have the target backend as HTTP bin get. What this target, it's a public backend, and it gives you a JSON response of the headers, the queries, and essentially you can even hit this API backend now, it will give the same response to you, just the parameter values will change, right? So what we will do is, we will have this API proxy quickly created, and we are going to add policies to this, and ultimately we are going to deploy it, right? So as of now, it's creating a bare minimum template or a boilerplate of how the API proxy would start, and then we will go ahead and we will edit the proxy. We will add 2-3 policies just for demonstration purposes. So let's go to the develop tab. This is where you can have your XML schemas maintained. We will have, so if you see, I'll just collapse this section. So there is a request flow and a response flow, and you can have policies added to each of the flows, right? This is where you can add security policies, mediation policies, and the related stuff. So first thing, I want to have a quota enforced. I will not entertain more than 5 requests on my backend system, right? So I'll have a quota policy introduced in the request flow, because while the client is making a request, I want to enforce the quota, right? So I'll have this quota policy enforced. Now, as this quota policy is enforced, you will see that XML specific to that actually turns up, right? So this is the XML that you are getting. We will do it for a minute basis, so I'll remove the calendar type, which like I know has to be removed because I have been programming these since a time. But ultimately, I will show you what else is required. So we will say that we are allowing only 10 requests or 5 requests per minute, okay? And ultimately, the interval is 1 minute, right? And then we will have some strong synchronization done so that just after 10 requests, we have this system block our request, right? So I'll set it as true, and then I will go to my flow again. Now what I want is, once my quota has been enforced, I want to have some JSON to XML transformation done. So as of now, the backend which we are having is exposing JSON. We want the client to see XML, okay? So what we will do is, during the response flow, we will go ahead and we will add a JSON to XML protection policy. So here, mediation policy. So we will have JSON to XML here. And again, since it's out of the box policy, it will add this logic. And ultimately, what we will do is, as of now, I'll show this 2 policies. We will save it, right? And once it is saved, it is getting saved as a revision. If you see, revision 1 saved. This is where the question which you asked is coming into picture. So you can have, for each change that you are doing, you can save a new revision, and a revision will get treated as immutable once it has been saved, right? Now, once it has been saved, we just need to go ahead and we can deploy it. I'll not go into details of why service account is being shown here, because that is something advanced and we can catch up after the talk if you are really interested in knowing about other details and granularities. But it will take a few seconds, roughly 20 to 30 seconds before it get deployed, and then we will have this transformation actually shown to us, right? So it will show the revision status here, the deployment status here, okay? And let it deploy. Once it turns 100, we will start testing our API proxy, right? So give it a couple of seconds. Any questions in the meantime? Okay, it has been deployed. You see it as green. It has been 100% deployed. Now we will come to the debug tab, wherein you can perform the real-time tracing and debugging. And you can even have distributed tracing done so that you can have the the spans actually evaluated, right? So we will start debugging our session, and you can have filtering done based on if we want to debug only the requests which are returning in 500 response and so on. So you can have those filtering done as well. Now this has started a debugging session, and I will go and I will try to utilize or hit the, I'll try to hit a domain which I have associated to this Apigee organization. So it is HTTPS, you can also follow, HTTPS ot5.apigee-test.tk. This is something, and I'll like quickly paste it here so that you can also try requesting. And what did I name my API proxy? GDG, okay. This domain you can try hitting, and we will see. We all will see what is happening, and I'll also hit so that we also see on the screen what is happening, right? So you see XML response, right? This is no longer JSON. This is XML. This has been translated by Apigee. So your backend is now safe. It is not doing much processing. The offload has been taken to Apigee, and now you see after 5 requests, the first 5 requests were 200, but after that you have 429, right? And you have this analytics related data, debug related data, that what happened, which policy really went out and blocked this. So it was the quota policy which blocked this request, right? So I'll wrap this demo here, and I'll just have the next slide covered, which is the last slide. So you can get started with ApigeeX using some different mechanisms or ways. You have provisioning wizard using which you can have the API proxy or the Apigee infrastructure created using UI. You have command line provisioning if you are comfortable with bash scripts and APIs. You have Terraform modules, very much sophisticated, which you can utilize, and these are the most recommended ones. And you have a trial provisioning script, which is again bash script which you can utilize. And I have created a GitHub repository which you can utilize. So if you scan this QR code, you will be redirected to the GitHub repository, right? This has a set of all the resources which I have talked about today, and the slides will also be getting uploaded there. So thanks all for attending the session, and you can meet me outside, okay? Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Anmol, for such insightful session. I would like to request Mr. Akash Gangrade, our GDG Cloud lead, to give a token of appreciation to Anmol.
So please. Everyone give a huge round of applause. Once more. Great.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Anmol sir. Like, it was really very nice session, and like it was a nice demo. I guess you all enjoyed it and also learned a lot of things. So like next we have one more speaker session like lined up with them. But before that we have one activity planned. Okay, so just to make you re-energize and all these things. Okay, so I'll explain what activity is. Like, it is very simple. You can do that by just by sitting there in your chair itself. Okay, so you must have done a hi-fi. Okay, like there is a hi-fi like that. Okay, so you have to do that. And okay, so I need, do you need demo for that?
Acha, all of you know how to do a hi-fi, right? Hi-fi
All of you know or not? Okay, you all must be laughing to that. Okay, I guess. That's why I was saying that what is happening? Why they are laughing? Okay, hi-fi is not that much funny word. Okay. Okay, so I need just anyone from audience just come and I'll give a demo. How you need to perform that? Anyone?
We can also give a demo, na?
But we are two. I need 3-4 folks.
Kuch nahi
Just
hai.
anyone two. Come.
Volunteers, aa jao.
Volunteers, you come. Okay. Sarika.
Jaldi, jaldi.
Quick. Okay, so you are already like lined up in a row. Okay, sitting in that. Okay, so let's say I'm here. Okay, so like that, I have to continuously like I'll tell you that when you need to stop. Okay, until that you need to hi-fi at a very high speed. Okay, but don't take the advantage of this and don't slap your next one. Okay, so like that. Okay, just keep it parallelly. Okay, like that.
So you have to keep doing it continuously. इससे थोड़ी energy आ जाएगी, ठीक है?
And we'll see that which batches and which group is like doing the most, fast and having a more energy. Okay, so should we start?
Okay.
Should we start? All set?
We'll start.
Are you ready? Ready? पीछे से आवाज नहीं आ रही. Are you ready? Okay, nice. Okay, so I'll count up to 3. Yeah.
1,
2, 3, start. Yeah, I can see the excitement from there.
More आवाज, come on.
You have to make a hi-fi, okay?
Give a high-five.
Hi-fi like that.
High-five, ऊपर.
Yeah, keep it high. Keep it high. Keep the hi-fi high.
Keep it high.
I'm not able to see from that side. I guess you enjoyed and you are really energized as of now.
इसके बाद anyways we have food, so you'll be all pumped up आगे.
Okay.
So yeah, moving ahead with the next session.
Okay, so let's proceed with CCD further by inviting our next speaker, Mr. Dharmesh Vaya, who is Senior Enterprise Architect at VMware, a Google developer expert for Google Cloud Platform and Payments, a technologist known for his abilities for developing enterprise application on cloud platform and fostering a spirit of innovations among teams, with a diverse experience around banking, e-commerce, media entertainment, and lot of things.
So any SaaS platform, when it scales, it generally runs into the problem of a trade-off between infra and an app. So should you isolate by hosting separate instances, or should you share the instances and have logical separation? So on the top of it, Kubernetes, you add too much complexities to it. So to understand this thing better and to implement multi-tenant solution of GKE, we have with us Mr. Dharmesh Vaya. We request you, sir, to kindly go ahead with the session.
Okay. So meanwhile, give a huge round of applause for Mr. Dharmesh sir.
Right? All set? Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so over to you, sir.
Thank you.
All the best.
Please enjoy the session.
All right. How was that activity? I was like feeling all the earthquake out here. So does that like pump you all up, energized? All right. So I'm assuming that you all are still not hungry. So I'm going to take another 30-40 minutes for this session. And yeah, let's get started. So well, thanks team for that introduction, and thanks for inviting. So what we are going to see today is multi-tenancy on GKE, or even Kubernetes for that matter. All right, so that's me. Just a bit about myself. You can kind of visit this on my blog as well. It's cloudzone.co.in, K for like Kubernetes. So well, what's in store for the next 30-40 minutes? What we are going to see is first understand what is multi-tenancy, then why exactly it's going to be required. So when I say why multi-tenancy is required, we first understand what's the concept around tenancy or tenants as such, and then we move ahead. Then what are the different patterns that you see on GKE, or rather in Kubernetes as well, and then we see what are the different solutions available. Some of them are open source, some of them are enterprise grade, free solutions as well. And then we see a quick demo that what all you can achieve on one of these platforms. So there are multiple platforms that you can use for multi-tenancy. We'll just see a demo with a few of them. So with that, let us get started and understand the first and foremost premise around what is a tenant. Anyone wants to kind of just answer that, although like the answer is there on the screen, but what is your understanding of tenant? Or rather, let me understand that how many of you are already using some flavor of Kubernetes, whether it is GKE or any other cloud? Can I have a show of hands? Yeah. Well, a few of them. Okay, so first let us get into a bit of understanding what are tenants rather. Okay, so anything that is a resource in the context of GKE. Now a resource can be an infrastructure resource. It can be anything that is related to a deployment, so which means that it is an application also, or in some sense like it can be users as well, but yeah, we are not going into that sense. So typically it is like into two layers that we can talk of. It can be applications, or it can be the different resources on GKE or for Kubernetes. So what tenants mean actually over here is the fact that, so if you can see and try to relate this diagram or this icon, right? It shows a person, there is a house, there is some document out there, and then there is a key. So what I'm trying to reinforce out here is the fact that a tenant basically would have access to some resource, okay? And that resource is going to be controlled by some policies, and they would also have some level of access depending on what role it is. So this icon actually sums up, okay, what exactly a tenant can do, okay, and what are its capabilities. But then how it is going to be done is something that we see in different solutions. So now there are multiple levels of tenancy, okay. So there can be a soft isolation or a hard isolation, and we'll see the differences between that, okay. So with that, what exactly is multi-tenancy now? So okay. So I'm assuming like you all understand the concept of like infrastructure and all, okay. But let me make it simpler, right? Okay. So take cloud for an example. It's like a shared infrastructure between a lot of you can say consumers, SaaS applications, customers, and so on. It is like spread across the globe. So there is one data center. Everyone is trying to deploy their own app. So you can say cloud as such can be like the best example of explaining multi-tenancy. Why? Because each application is hosted on a separate VM, separate policies are applied, separate users, role-based access control and everything. So there is a strong level of isolation between the VMs, between the users, between the applications. Now, if I have to put it into more low-level layman terms, okay, consider a large housing complex, okay. You would have access to only your home, not your neighbor's home. You have your own keys. You get billed for only your premises, just like, I mean, you can consider like a home or a co-working space, anything of that sort, okay. So that's exactly the fundamental principles behind multi-tenancy. But how do you kind of achieve that when it comes to a complex system like Kubernetes? So I mean, Kubernetes is a huge platform in itself. It is complex. It has its own complexities. So if you see in a nutshell, right, Kubernetes as such does not natively provide you anything around multi-tenancy. Yes, it would have conceptual level things to kind of help you achieve, but not from a control or from a management perspective. You can do that using, say, namespaces or something like that, if you all have that background around namespaces and all. So you can consider namespaces as the fundamental thing. But then how do you do that? What is the complexity out there? It tends to become a lot more complex. Forget even setting up clusters is more beyond that. It's at a different level itself. So what are the ways in which you can do that at a simpler level? So this is what we'll see certain tools, we'll see certain frameworks that will help you achieve that. But first, let us understand the types of multi-tenancy, because obviously with such a large platform, Kubernetes in itself, and the whole ecosystem around it, you are going to see a lot of complexity, not just in terms of the platforms or the tools, but even in terms of the implementation and the scale with which you can do that. So let us see what else you can do. But first, let us understand why you need multi-tenancy, or what are the typical advantages. So first and foremost, Kubernetes, highly complex, but then it has to be made simpler by using as much wrappers as possible, or as much platforms or tools as possible. So in a nutshell, Kubernetes as such, forget the complexity part of it. Okay, it's going to be giving you a way to kind of manage a lot of resources. But then if you don't manage, so I was hearing some questions around someone's manager asking them to over provision. So how you can kind of efficiently do, sometimes yes, a small deviation or a small threshold of over provision is okay. But when it comes to Kubernetes, the costs involved and all, okay, you need to manage your resources much effectively. So that is where your hosting architectures around tenants, around any of the application, it has to be seamless and it has to be much efficient. Secondly, in Kubernetes, if you talk of like cluster auto-scaling or pod auto-scaling in that sense, okay, you need to have a mechanism to kind of pay as you go. So you use your pods only for the resources that you use. So it's effectively boils down to efficient resource utilization, and that's actually the fundamental behind multi-tenancy. Finally, if you talk in terms of like SaaS applications, right? So let's say you host, I mean, just take the basic example of WordPress.org, right? If you have to kind of host your blog, you use WordPress, and then in that sense, like WordPress would kind of give you certain resources, certain storage, you can host your media files and so on. How does it manage that behind the scenes? It's obviously not going to provision a separate instance for you. It's not going to provision, separate resources for you. So one entire resource, you call it an infrastructure, server, network, everything, that gets shared with different blogs or different kind of tenants as such. So as a tenant, you should have that capability to kind of manage your resources. So that's where the third point comes into picture, where tenants, okay, they should have, they directly might not have the ability to kind of manage your entire infrastructure, whether it is updates, whether it is sizing or anything. So that capability tenants might not get, but yes, it depends. If it's a SaaS application, you might have that. And then finally, you do not have to worry as a tenant. So as a SaaS application, as an end user, you should not be worrying about any kind of hardware upgrades. If Kubernetes takes care of the infrastructure, why not take care of any sort of hardware upgrade as well? So if a cluster changes, if Kubernetes version goes from 1.2 to 1.2x, anything of that sort kind of gets taken care of within the background itself, and you don't have to worry about those aspects. Okay, so finally, if I had to kind of achieve a level of multi-tenancy, what would I need? Now I need to understand what's my application workload. My application workload, whether that architecture even fits for a use case of multi-tenancy or not, and with that we kind of take it forward. Okay. So now what are the patterns of multi-tenancy? So if when I was explaining the fact around tenant, okay, I talked about something called as hard tenancy and soft tenancy. So if you see the fundamental difference between these, right? So the first one, it's like a single large enterprise, okay, with different teams accessing the same infrastructure. So it's like, say for example, you have one shared resource or one resource, okay, or one cluster you can say, and you want everything of your dev teams, like you have a dev space, you have a QA space, and you have your prod space. Everything is deployed on the same cluster, but you want a level of isolation between them. So which means that within that enterprise, if you want to achieve a level of isolation, that is essentially a sort of a soft tenancy, which means same resource shared between the same teams, okay, gives you a level of soft isolation. What about hard isolation? Okay, where now hard isolation, I would call that typically like SaaS offerings as well, but then there are multiple enterprises using the same infrastructure, but with a level of total isolation, like one resource cannot access the other infrastructure by any means. So that is the level of hard isolation that we need, especially when it comes to SaaS applications. So we'll not go into the application aspect, but yes, I'm hoping that you understand the difference between soft and hard, where exactly the use cases can be applied. We'll see a few use cases with that. Okay. So what are the isolation patterns? We saw soft and hard, but then within these, okay, what are the different patterns at the infra level that you can think of? So the first one is definitely VM based, the most simplest one. Each tenant, let's assume, like, let's take an example of dev, QA, prod, the typical ones, okay. Everyone gets their own VMs, they can manage their own role-based access control, they can manage their policies and everything. The most simplest one, give one VM or give one infra to each tenant, okay. So that's the simplest one. The second, it's more related to Kubernetes. So when I say Kubernetes, it would be more namespace based. So what are, so namespaces are, you can say, the way in which you kind of logically isolate resources. And in that sense, you can kind of update or kind of provide a level of isolation. So here namespace would have its own cluster mappings, its own pods, deployments, and then users for, and which you can give role-based access control. And the third one, it's kind of becoming popular these days, which is called virtual clusters. So this is something which we'll also see in a demo and how you can do that, wherein it's more related to hard tenancy, but then how do you kind of even achieve that? So you have, let's say, one cluster, and that cluster you want to share even between different enterprises. So how do you do that? So then there is a concept around virtual clusters which you can use and implement. So obviously there are frameworks required for that. Kubernetes might not be able to give that natively, but then what are the patterns available? So if you typically see, right, there are these 4 patterns that can actually encompass the entire multi-tenancy realm. Okay, so let's quickly kind of understand what each pattern actually means. Okay, so the first one, this is not, I would say it does not really provide you the exact multi-tenancy out here. Okay, but yes, this is you can say the first topic that I was talking about, which is the VM based isolation. This is exactly the same concept, but then over here the implementation is far more, I would say, isolated. You don't have a control around standardization, and you cannot really achieve the level of multi-tenancy or the efficiency that is required. But then from an architecture pattern, this is something that you can consider. So it's like the resources would be completely isolated, but then you don't really achieve a level of standardization. So it's more VM based over here. Okay. The second one, it's actually the most, you can say, popular architecture pattern when it comes to multi-tenancy. So now this is actually namespace based, wherein the bottom ones that you are seeing out there, these are bare metal. So you can say like infra servers, anything. Okay. On top of that, your Kubernetes clusters are running. Okay. And the ones that you are seeing, T1, T2, T3, it's actually tenants. Now each tenant can have multiple namespaces amongst themselves. So if you see the T1 has NS1, NS2, NS3, it can be one tenant like a SaaS application having dev, QA, prod. Okay, so I hope this is making sense now. What exactly are we trying to achieve from a multi-tenancy perspective? Okay, so likewise, like this over here, you can, each tenant can have their own policies, you can have your own security layers, own access control and role-based policies, which can be applied across your namespaces, and it gives you that level of standardization, as well as from a resource utilization perspective, it gives you much efficient utilization. At the same time, one important aspect which we are still not touching upon, okay, when it comes to multi-tenancy, one important aspect to understand is how do you kind of observe your entire stack, which means that you want the same level of logging and monitoring for all your tenants. It should not be unique for each one of them, right? I mean, I cannot have Prometheus running for one of my tenant and you know, some other stack running or ELK running for my other stacks. So it has to be uniform. Especially I'm emphasizing on the fact of observability, because see, it ties down to the level of matrix that you provide to your consumers of these tenants, right? So if that tenancy does not give you that matrix to observe how is my utilization, what is my utilization, I will never be able to understand whether even multi-tenancy is making sense to me or not. So that's why that logging and observability piece is something of a checkbox that you need to emphasize when designing any multi-tenancy solution. So yeah, in the same one I am emphasizing because this is a quite popular one. So these are like the workflow you can understand, where there is a cluster admin, there is a tenant admin, and then there is a user. So it can be a tenant user. So understand it from that perspective, so that let's take the example of a co-working space. So there is a master, which is like the entire admin of that co-working space. So let's say like WeWork, it has offices all across. There can be one central global admin who kind of manages what are the policies to be rolled out across all the locations. Then there can be a tenant admin. You get an office space, you are the owner of that particular office space, and then you kind of understand what needs to be done from a seating arrangement perspective, from how many resources you need and so on. And then there can be your one hot desk or one seat, which is like your tenant user. Okay, so you understand from the level of isolation that is generated out here, okay, what all things you can do from a Kubernetes perspective. So again, this is related to the same architecture B or approach B, and this is what you can achieve from isolation perspective. Okay, now level C or approach C as such, here it's more of a hard isolation over here. Again, here it is not VM based, okay, but if you see out here, any of the Kubernetes clusters, right, they do not have any connection between them. So it is separate clusters. Now this also can be achieved using vCluster. So that's why if you see over here, there can be a supercluster on top, okay, and within that, although the shared infrastructure can remain same, you can achieve a level of hard tenancy or hard isolation between the tenants. So approach C, it is still kind of new, it's getting adopted. A lot of SaaS companies are adopting it, and that's where vCluster is getting popular. Now there are different ways in which you can achieve vCluster. There is something called Loft SH, there is Kiosk, there is Capsule, and a lot of other open source stack as well. So you can see like what exactly works best. Approach D, it's I would say it's still experimental, it's out of the box, okay, and this one can be achieved, but here it's natively at the Kubernetes stack. You need to kind of you can say modify Kubernetes source code itself to kind of achieve this. Now this is not something I would recommend if you are a beginner into Kubernetes, or you know, if you have a lot of complexity in your application, in your policies, then this is not something anyone should go to. And this is also the most complex out of the all, because here you are directly touching Kubernetes source code to achieve a level of isolation. It's like the last resort when all your other policies don't work, you want complete control, you don't want any other third-party open source stack. This is something that you can go for. Okay, now the two use cases prominently that we were talking about, okay, one is from the enterprise perspective, one is from the SaaS provider perspective. Again, enterprise, same example which I was talking from a soft tenancy and a hard tenancy perspective, but yes, you try to map the use cases with the hard and the soft isolation. Enterprise is nothing but like you have isolation between teams, okay, whereas SaaS, it's isolation between customers. So SaaS based ones are more kind of important from a security perspective. So that is where those use cases come into account over here. The enterprise ones, it depends. Now within enterprise also you can have different levels. So you want to have an isolation between your business units. You don't want your financial data, financial applications to be accessed by other teams. So in that case, you would need an hard isolation between these teams. So that is something that you can achieve. But then if you talk in general sense, right, these are the two levels of isolation that you should think of when designing your infra or your multi-tenant architectures. Okay. Now, again, coming back to the enterprise one, okay. So now at what level does the user segregation happen? So at enterprise, it happens at cluster level, at namespace level, and finally at the developer. So you can have very fine-grained controlled policies out here to kind of manage your clusters. So that's where you can see there is a single control plane, and you can have different tenants for different namespaces as well. Okay. Then comes the SaaS based. Again, as if we go back 2 slides, it is all about namespace based out here. So here there can be different control planes for different tenants. So that is where you kind of achieve that namespace based isolation. So again, over here, the end users, when I say end users, the application users, they cannot really access the control plane. There will be admins on top of that. But in the previous example, so if you go back over here, there are no end users that we are talking about here. These are application developers. These are your own SREs, DevOps guys, who can access your namespaces, who can access what you want to get deployed and so on. So it is more of a controlled environment from your application perspective. Over here, it is, try to relate with the same example of the WordPress blog. You as a WordPress blog user or a host, you do not access backend infrastructure, how WordPress is managing or where it is deploying, right? You only get access to your WordPress admin console. So that is where the tenancy happens, and you do not go beyond that, okay? Now, if we talked of these three patterns, let's have a quick, gist comparison between them. So if you talk of these isolation mechanisms, right? VM based, namespace based, and vClusters, okay? The one that provides the most efficient, but yes, there will be overheads to that. Efficiency does come with a cost. So if you talk in terms of the level of isolation, right? Clusters, or rather vClusters, provide you the hardest form of isolation between all the tenants. Whereas VM based, obviously it provides hard, but it is not really a standardized approach. Namespace based, it does give you a soft isolation, but then it is not really matter when it comes to different use cases. So at certain use cases, namespace based might work, but if you really want a hard one, vClusters is the thing to go for. Again, if you talk in terms of resource consumption and utilization, namespace and vClusters give you a very high level of efficiency when it comes to utilization of resources. So that is why the preferred mode of achieving multi-tenancy should be either namespace based or vCluster based. Now that would again depend which platform it is, which application stack it is, what ecosystem you are on, and then within namespace also and vClusters also, what are you using to achieve that? So whether it is the native one, whether you are using any open source stack on top of that, really depends. Okay, so then let's come and talk about different solutions. So I probably mentioned that a while back in my session, that Kiosk, Loft, and Capsule, these are the ones that are prominently the open source ones. Loft does have an enterprise edition, but yes, you can kind of use open source to kind of try it out, what are the features and available benefits for that. So if I have to compare, right, almost Kiosk and Loft go in tandem. They have almost the same benefits, except the fact that Kiosk does not come with any native integration. So if you have to do monitoring, if you have to do any custom integrations, you need to build or write yourselves. You need to write your own operators and all. Whereas Loft, it kind of has a lot of native support for CI/CD, for Prometheus logging, monitoring, and everything. So everything comes as a ready integration for Loft. But in case of Capsule, again, it's a good product or a good tool, I would say. And if you just want to learn about multi-tenancy, I would say you should try Capsule from a namespace perspective, but not from a hard tenancy perspective. Again, everyone gives you the level of role-based access control for users, for achieving multi-tenancy between your solutions. But then some of them does lack some sort of security and networking configurations that you should be able to do across your clusters or across your tenants. Again, Capsule does not have any native integrations. You need to build everything on top. So in a nutshell, if you talk the most efficient one, there is something called Loft, and there is also something called KubeSphere, which has actually become much popular. And it has almost like, it's more like an enterprise grade solution that you can think of. All right, so with that, I don't know, it's not, okay. Okay, probably this. Okay, so let's understand quickly in a nutshell, like what does Loft SH give you? So if you understand from a Kubernetes perspective, right, what does it give? Like it gives you an API gateway, there is like an API server, there is the Kubernetes operators, right? Now, if these three components of Kubernetes, now you want to achieve multi-tenancy on top of Kubernetes, right? So you need to have certain wrappers on top of this, and that is exactly what Loft is going to give you. So if you see the architecture out here, I'm not sure this is visible. So if you see the architecture out here, right? So a user, it is accessing the Kube servers or the Kube API via the Loft API gateway, not directly. So that is where the level of isolation happens. And after that, it on the back end, you can say there is kiosk as well to give you that level of isolation from the API servers, if you talk in terms of like CRDs as well. Now, over here, the Loft CRDs will also come into picture because you need to have your custom policies written, custom networking rules and all, and the role-based access control, of course. So that is where Loft integrates with the Kube API server, and from there you kind of achieve the level of isolation. So at the bottom pane that you're seeing, that is where the isolation would kind of pan out from a user, team and a cluster perspective. Okay, so with that, let's try and move to a quick demo. I'm going to show you the interfaces of all of these and see like where exactly you can achieve the best multi-tenancy. So the first one, I'm just showing you snapshots first to kind of help you understand the concept. Okay, so if say for example from a Loft perspective, right, now it will have an admin panel. It is going to allow you to connect your clusters. It is going to allow you to make V clusters within that, and within these V clusters I can have the same application hosted for different tenants. So it's like a SaaS way of kind of implementing or hosting your applications. So over here you can see that on the first one, the first URL that you see, or the first host that you see, that's on the default namespace, the same application is hosted. Now the same image I'm going to host on another workspace or another namespace rather, which is the Sigma namespace. Now, if you talk in terms of isolation, right, over here, if you see, I'm not sure if that message is clearly written or not, I mean, visible or not. If I try to get, I'm logged in with the Sigma user, the Sigma admin, okay, and I cannot access the default namespace. That is exactly the level of tenants or the isolation that is required when it comes to multi-tenancy. Another cluster or another namespace's admin cannot access default namespaces of at the cluster level. So that means that I have achieved a level of isolation. So if you can see the message, the user Sigma cannot list resources in the API group in the default namespace. So that's exactly what we want to achieve. We'll quickly see the, yeah. Okay, let me kind of zoom this. Okay, so if you see from a cluster perspective, okay, so I had spaces over here. Okay, I have not created any space. So if you see from that namespace perspective, I can have it created out here. You can consider that as a space, or if I want to do it at a virtual cluster level, I can achieve it over here. So if I just create a virtual cluster for different tenants, that kind of gives me a much efficient way of achieving a hard tenancy. Again, there would be users, okay, at each cluster or at each virtual cluster level, okay, you can have different levels of users giving you access. So now if this I'm logged in with an alpha user, this is not an admin, okay, and if I see where exactly does it have the cluster roles, okay, I think this one does not have. Okay, so if you see from this virtual cluster or from this user, let me log in to the, okay. Okay, so here you see that this is the admin, okay, Now you are seeing over here 2 different clusters and a virtual cluster out here. Okay, so you see different virtual clusters out here running, okay, which is like a replica of the same instance or the same clusters, and I'm kind of trying to isolate that. So if I see over here users, there is an admin user, which is myself, and then there was an alpha user. And if I go back to that screen where it was only the alpha user whom I have logged in with, okay, it cannot really access any other cluster. So that's exactly the point which I'm trying to make out here. As a different user, now the policies that I have configured out here is that an alpha user, which is like a separate user, cannot access any resources, any deployments from my default namespace. So here you are trying to get a level of hard isolation. Again, at the user level, or rather at the cluster level, let me go back. Okay, at the cluster level, at the virtual cluster level, if you kind of just go and click at any of these clusters, right? So let me click here. Network is slow. Okay, so if I access any of these virtual clusters, now here you see that you have access to a host of different things. So I can have cluster level quotas, policies that I can achieve from here, and as well as the monitoring also can be defined from here. Now obviously I did not have the Prometheus setup on this just to from a demo perspective, but yes, it kind of has a native integration for Prometheus and Grafana, so you can have that level of monitoring. Also on top of this, since this is completely hosted on GKE, you can have that level of monitoring, but then you are not going to get the cluster level or the tenant level monitoring out here from a GKE perspective. You would need to use the monitoring from Loft, and you would need to use the integration from there. So here again, as I showing like the users, I can see both users since this is the admin panel. And at the virtual cluster level, I can have different virtual clusters running, and each cluster I can see what are the pods, what are the applications, what are the deployments that are running. So you can clearly kind of see the level of isolation that you can achieve. Going back to the slides, okay. Okay, so then there is another platform called CubeSphere. Okay, now this one is more of an enterprise grade one, and obviously if you see from a open source perspective as well, this is kind of made pretty much popular, and it comes natively with a lot of integrations as well. Now the first and foremost thing that any DevOps guy or SRE guy would look at is how easy it is for me as a DevOps guy or as an SRE to kind of achieve this level of multi-tenancy, because see, eventually this is an architecture pattern from an infra perspective, right? So how easy it is for me to configure things, to configure policies, and you know, the ease of learning curve, that is something that all should consider when using different patterns or using different tools and products. So if you see even CubeSphere, that has become quite popular, and a lot of cloud providers, in fact one of them, if you see the next one, which is like Civo Cloud, it has kind of natively put it into its marketplace as well. So you can try it out, both of them, like Loft and CubeSphere, both give you a good level of multi-tenancy. It really depends on the learning curve. Both of them have native DevOps capabilities like CI/CD and integrations. Both give you a good level of monitoring and logging capabilities. At the same time, both of them are kind of highly modular, so you can kind of build things on top of that, or you can use only the things that you need from there. So in terms of feature as such, both are kind of quite similar in nature. Loft might have a better user interface, CubeSphere might have a better CLI interface. That's the only difference that I have come across. Okay, so here is something on the Civo Cloud platform. You can try it out. CubeSphere is kind of natively available, and here you can see like one of the clusters which is trying out the CubeSphere master, and it again gives you a level of multi-tenancy more from a namespace based, whereas Loft gives you more from a vCluster based. Okay, so now all things said and done, what are the things or what is a checklist that you should consider when implementing or trying out multi-tenancy? So over here, as like kind of Anmol was saying, right? Any setup that you are trying to do, whether it is with Apigee or any platform that such at a cloud platform level, right? Your organization setup becomes pretty important. So that's exactly what I'm trying to say in terms of a landing zone. So that landing zone policies, the implementation, the hierarchy that you put across over there, right? That becomes very important. Then comes your IAM, like what is, so it's again dependent on your organization setup. Don't complicate or overcomplicate things. Try to have as simplicity in terms of the org structure as possible, and try to use and map it with your cloud provider structure as well. IAM, it depends again on your organization setup. Have your users and your roles defined in a much easier way, so that there is no complexity or overlap between roles, okay? Now that not just applies from a multi-tenancy perspective, but it also applies if it is just using VMs as well, okay? So so the fundamental thing which is to be emphasized out here is using the least privilege principle. So a cluster admin or a tenant user should not have access to your cluster administrative policies, and likewise vice versa as well. Networking wise, so one important aspect which we actually did not touch upon. So how does the cluster level or the multi-cluster or the multi-tenant networking happen? So a recommended one is to use shared VPC per environment. Now, why is this a better alternative from a, especially from a GKE perspective? This would give you that level of isolation directly from a networking perspective, and you don't have to manage that again at a cluster level. So this kind of gets taken care of. What about the auto scaling, or what about high availability and reliability? How do you kind of achieve that? Okay. So when it comes to multi-clusters or multi-tenancy, right? Private clusters is obviously a way to kind of achieve that. Then what you can do is have a level of regional clusters spread across for your SaaS applications. And what you can enable is cluster level and pod level auto scaling, which kind of takes care from a reliability question perspective. And obviously, not to forget, like load balancers for only a single ingress per tenant. So that kind of again gives you a high availability, or I would say it's more from a reliability from the cluster level or from the tenant level. How do you kind of manage that? So if you have a load balancer per tenant, okay, it gives you a very seamless isolation as well. Security, not to forget that. So namespace gives you a level of security. Pod isolation or the role-based access control gives you that isolation, pod level security policies. And if you talk in terms of like firewalls and network policies, that again takes care of the security aspect. So two levels, one is at the user level and at the network level, the ingress and the egress, that kind of takes care of. And I would again emphasize on the observability piece, because the way in which you kind of go back to your teams, your management, and say that, okay, multi-tenancy is giving me an efficiency. How do you kind of bring out those numbers? How do you kind of say that, okay, this is helping me achieve a better resource utilization, better infra utilization? There has to be numbers backing your statistics, right? So that is where observability comes into picture. Obviously, the way in which you can do that is kind of have tenant specific logging, but it has to be standardized so that you can compare and achieve that same level of efficiency. And obviously have quotas. Now that's a way in which you can achieve a better efficiency from a resource utilization perspective. So if the quotas are different, yes, you can have multi-tiered tenants. So that's a different concept altogether. But then the quotas can be different for different tenants and depending on the category of users and so on. But for that, you will require different levels of observability as well. So yeah, I think that covers most of the things which I wanted to discuss. I think I'm good with this. Thanks again for inviting. Those are my credentials. Thank you. Yeah. So those are my credentials. You can definitely follow me on Twitter at DRVAYA. And if you want to know more about or read more about Kubernetes and cloud stuff, read my blog on blog.cloudzone.co.in, K for Kubernetes. That's it from my side. Thank you, everyone. Remove this.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, if there are questions, I'm happy to take them.
Now, if anyone have any questions like which you would like to ask, then sir is here and you can ask.
We can
them
take
freely.
like 2 questions max. So
Yeah.
if anybody has any doubts.
If anyone have really like good question, and then please ask.
People are hungry.
Yeah, I think they're hungry.
Okay, so the question comes like, what's for lunch?
We have Dharmesh with us. You can go ahead and ask him personally also. It's not an issue.
Okay, I'm around for the entire day, so feel free to connect. I'm happy to discuss. Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you so much, Dharmesh, sir.
Thank you.
And so I would like to invite Devesh Laskari, sir, and Udit Sen, sir, GDG Cloud core member, to present the memento. Dharmesh, sir,
To
please.
Mr. Dharmesh.
So guys, give a huge round of applause for Dharmesh, sir.
Keep clapping.
Once more.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much,
Thank you, thank you, David.
Sachita, I guess it's more than 3-4 hours that we are here, and our mind is grabbing a variety of information, okay, on different tech and different things. And looking at some faces, I think it's a correct time. And also, Dharmesh sir mentioned that they are hungry, so I think it's correct time to offer our stomach also to grab something, right?
Yeah.
Some delicious recipes.
I think everybody is hungry. Are you hungry or not?
Are you hungry?
The first time
It
we
was
josh
really.
aa gaya.
We were not expecting that much. Are you hungry? Okay, then your
Okay,
energy
so-
must be, lower, but I guess it's high, so I don't believe you all.
Yeah. So we request everybody of you, whoever has this green band, they are requested to go ahead for the dining area. It's near in the outskirts. So, but I would request the professionals to go first and then the students. So let's not create a chaos over here. All the professionals can go ahead first, and then the students can.
Please sit down as of now.
Have a
Please
seat,
don't
please have a seat.
don't stand. Like start from last row, and first professionals, like we would like to invite them, and then one by one. Okay, don't make chaos, please.
Okay, let's start with the last row. The last row, you can go ahead and start with the lunch. Please go one row at a time.
Yeah, please go one row at a time. Okay, that's good.
Everybody is expected to be back by 2:30. We'll start again at sharp 2:30. One row at a time. Just keep moving. Please, one row at a time. Let's not create a lot of chaos over there, please.
There is only one gate and only limited number of, people can pass. So please.
Please maintain some decorum and just go one at a time.
Till then you can keep pictures, keep clicking pictures. And
keep clicking pictures, and then you can also use hashtag CCD2K, CCD Indore 2K22, hashtag GDG Indore, hashtag GDG Cloud Indore, and hashtag WTM Indore.
yeah, keep clicking pictures, keep posting, and keep this CCD trending. Okay.
I think front row people can also go ahead. Yeah, I see people clicking pictures over there. It's nice. Keep posting. Hashtag CCD Indore 2K22.
My name is Mridula Mittal. I am a part of GDG Cloud Indore. I am a content writer and a Django developer. And we have Tanushka with us.
My name is Tanushka Mangal, and I am also a Code GDG member, and I am a design head in the team.
So everybody, lunch ho gaya? So let's have a chair, please. 1, 2, 3. Thoda cheer up to karo.
Folks, you had just lunch.
Thoda aur अच्छे से.
Let's try again.
So, Cloud Fam, we had amazing sessions till now, and I hope everyone has enjoyed them and learned a lot of them. But before we move on to the next session, I know thoda sa lazy sa ho gaya hai, afternoon hai, so we have something planned for you. So we have an activity for every one of you. I hope sab sun rahe. Everybody. Okay, chalo. So we have an energy booster for everyone. बस एक simple सा step करना है. As we all know, everyone here is a developer or a budding developer, a techie to be exact. So we all are well versed with algorithms. I guess, yes, we all are well versed with algorithms. So we just have brought you two variables, one named clap and one named stop. So when we are going to say clap, you all have to work and you all have to clap during that period. And when we tell you to stop, you all have to stop during that. Okay, so let's try that once again to know how many of you are aware of the surroundings. Okay, so clap.
Stop.
Clap.
Stop. Stop.
Arey, stop, stop. Now let's reverse the role. Now when we are going to say clap, you guys have to stop. That is, you don't have to clap. And then when we are going to say stop, then you have to clap. So clap.
You don't have to clap.
Okay, stop.
Clap.
Stop.
Clap.
I guess थोड़ा बहुत तो हम लोग energize हो गए हैं and we know people are listening around us. So एक बार अच्छे से welcome हो जाए फिर से. Let the cloud of season begin.
Wow, that's the energy we are looking for.
So folks, हम लोगों ने बहुत सारे sessions attend किए. We have learned a lot. But now it's time to bring the essence of community, which is networking and activities. So please welcome Priyal Jan and Sheetal Jan for the networking activities. Hello.
Hello, welcome back. I said hello. Okay, let's take up with our next activity.
Just give a sec, okay? Are we ready?
Hey people, I can't hear you. लंच के बाद सबकी एनर्जी डाउन हो गई है क्या? Okay, so we are here with a quiz which is only for first come first serve basis and we have a limited capacity. So go to slido.com, join this code or scan with QR code below in the screen. So do fast.
We have a limited time.
स्टार्ट करोगे कि लॉगिन कर दिया होगा सम टेक्निकल इश्यूज आई हैव वन इंटरनेट कनेक्शन चेंज या इंटरनेट
Only Sheetal, you joined.
Okay. Hi, Piyush. Hi, Ravi. So many people. Hi, Anushka. Okay. But it's okay, huh? If you are not, if you didn't log in and you're not able to see your name here, it's just a fun activity to test your knowledge, okay? So you can play along with us. It's okay if you didn't log in. Hurry up.
We have a few seconds left.
138 people have already joined us. That's great.
It's 140 now. Okay, can we start?
I guess it's like some people are still joining. We can wait for them.
We will be starting in a few seconds, so hurry up. I hope everyone joined the Slido.
Anyone left? Okay, we are ready to go. So your first question is, which is an event-driven serverless system?
The options are Compute Engine, Cloud Functions, Cloud Shell, and Firestore. What will be the answer? Any guesses?
Time's up, time's up.
Do mark your answers. Time's up.
Okay, so 56% people have answered this question.
Cloud Functions is the right answer. So we are ready to go. Yeah.
Yay.
Yay.
Clap.
So now the second question is, scripting platform is used for lightweight application development in the docs, sheets, slides, etc. Options are JavaScript, Python, Java, or AppScript. What will be the answer?
What happened? What happened? Okay. Wait for a sec.
I think due to some technical issues, it will not go.
Hey, you don't have to, okay, don't share your answer with anyone. Fine?
Do we have someone?
Second question is visible or not? Like, what happened?
I think due to technical issues, one second. There is some network glitch, yes. आयुष किसी को बुला दो volunteer.
It's okay, guys. It's working now?
Yeah, it is working. So apologize for that.
It's working or not?
Due to
It's
some
working. Okay,
technical
okay.
issues, we are a bit delayed. So please mark your answers. Scripting platform used for lightweight application development in the doc sheet, slides, etc. JavaScript, Python, Java, App script.
Fast.
I hope everyone marked the answer and know. Many people know this is a JavaScript. This is JavaScript is the answer. App script.
So many people. Okay, which one is not a database? Cloud Spanner, Cloud SQL, Cloud Data Lab, Cloud Memory Store. What do you think?
I know the answer, but I will not expose right now.
Let's check how many of them know.
I'm sure everyone knows this answer.
57% has marked Cloud Spanner. Let's check. What's the right answer?
No.
Cloud Data Lab. Bad luck, guys. Next.
GCP platform used for CI/CD, Cloud Firebase, Cloud Build, Cloud DNS, Cloud SQL. What will be the answer? I hope everyone knows what is the term GCP used for. So you know the answer, what will be the option. Sheetal, what do you think?
I'm not guessing.
Because you don't know it.
Let's see. We have intelligent audience with us.
Okay, many of the folks.
Cloud Build.
Cloud Build.
Yay! Which of these GCP tools is used for centralized logging? And the options are Stack Driver Logging, Logwatch, Flutent, right? How to pronounce it? And Elasticsearch. Okay. Hurry up.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up.
Okay, that's very near, right? Stack Driver Logging. I hope it was not just a guess.
So now moving on to the next question. Tool used for exploring data and dashboard creation. Cloud Armor, Cloud Composer, Cloud Storage, Google Data Studio. What will be the answer?
9 seconds.
You have a few seconds left. Hurry up. Guessing would be right. I think many of the people chooses Google Data Studio. I hope this would be the answer. Yes.
Yes. Nice. Okay, next question. Which API is used to get directions between locations? Locations API, Roads API, Direction API, Street View API. Hurry up. Now what is the
I know
answer?
this answer.
That's cool. Okay. Let's see. This
Are
is
you
right
sure
or not?
Direction API is the answer?
Oh, that's bad. I
now
can
the
see that guessing is not working here, okay?
Yeah, Sheetal. Build and deploy scalable web applications on a fully managed serverless platform. Options are API-G, App Engine, App Marker, Compute Engine. Please mark the answer fast. We have a few seconds left and your time's up. Let's see. Many people marked API-G. Hope this will be the answer. No. App Engine is the answer.
Has to, like, oh my god, we literally had session today on this, right? Google's specialized hardware accelerators to run ML models fast are called TPUs, GPUs, DRAM, SSD.
We have a few seconds left. Now let's see.
Oh, like they
Many
were
people
confused between TPUs and GPUs. I hope.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
TPUs is the answer.
Definitely it was just a guess.
Now the next question is platform that has natural language understanding to build conversational AI. Cloud Vision API, Dialogflow, Cloud Vision, Cloud APIs. What will be the answer? I hope many people know the answer and marked it. Dialogflow is the highest.
Let's check.
Yes.
Oh, you guys are right. Next up, the command line command to create a cloud storage bucket is it's gsutil mb, gcloud mb, gcloud mk bucket, gsutil mk bucket. Oh, I don't work with this, okay, so I don't know these terms.
That is fine. So I know many people know the answer or many people guesses the answer. Hope it would be right. gcloud mk bucket.
Oh, bad luck. Okay, next up.
Virtual private clouds are dash resources. What would be? Regional, zonal, global, subnets. I hope everyone knows the term virtual private network. Something related to that. Hope you can guess correctly. So, we have a few seconds left and the time is up.
Time's up. Let's see. Okay, 38% global. Let's check how many of you are
I think
right.
this is correct.
Yay.
Global.
You have been tasked with designing an organizational hierarchy for managing departments and the cloud resources. What organizing components are available in GCP? Organization, folders, projects, buckets, directories, subdirectories, organizations, buckets, projects, folders, buckets, projects. Okay, I was fast. Okay, what's the answer? And 40% have marked. Oh my god.
Organization,
Bad.
folders, projects. Now the next question is the GCP service for storing and managing Docker containers is cloud source repositories, cloud build, container registry, Docker repository. What will be the answer? I'm also not sure, but one of the option I know, which is true. What do you think, Sheetal?
Not guessing, because guessing is not working here today.
Oh, bad luck. So many people mark Docker repository is the answer. I hope that would correct.
Oh.
No, container repository is the answer.
I just said it's not working. Oh, that's long. Why can cloud providers offer elastic resource allocation?
Options are very big, but you can read.
Okay, cloud providers can take resources from lower priority customers and give them to higher priority customers. Time's up. What's your guess? Let's check.
guess ही होगा.
Okay, go with the longer one. That was right.
I think this would be yes.
It actually worked this time. Nice.
Okay, Archman07, who is that guy? Name.
Let's clap for them, yaar. They are on the leaderboard.
Anthony Abraham. Please come on the stage.
Please come on the stage. Jaya Sharma, Mohit Gupta, Mayank Jadhav. Please come on the stage, guys.
Please round of applause for them. Devesh, 1 second. Okay. So I would like to call upon Sachita to give them the merch. Please, Sachita. Please round of applause for them.
Yeah, we can take a picture with them.
Yeah, Sachita, please. You can. Thank you so much.
We are done, guys. I hope you enjoyed this quiz. I hope इतना बेकार नहीं गया हो because guessing यहाँ पर आज काम नहीं किया कुछ भी. So it's okay. Better luck next time. Bye.
I hope you have enjoyed the quiz. And now I am handing over the mic to Mridula and Sachita to take over with the amazing technical sessions. So stay tuned.
Thank you Priyal and Sheetal for this amazing quiz. So अब सबकी नींद उड़ गई है, अच्छे से खाना वाना हो गया है, everything done. Let's start with the sessions. So before starting, let me tell you one thing. The hashtags that you are using is not CCT Indore 2022 but CCT Indore 2K22. So make sure to use this hashtag for tagging us and आगे you all know that. ठीक है, let's start with the session.
Okay, so introducing our next speaker, Mr. Devendra Rathore, who goes by as a full stack developer, cum solutions
He has his whole
architect,
team with him. Nice.
a professional cloud architect, a distinguished guest lecturer, a motivational speaker, and CEO of the Rapid Hire.
There's a lot of introduction for him, that's the issue. So he has also motivated and trained more than 1,000 students through his NGO. So let's give it up for Mr. Devendra Rathore.
Thank you. So, thank you Suchita for giving a brief introduction about myself and about the company and the kind of work that I am doing. And I'm really glad to over here to meet such kind of tech guys, several future engineers, students, working professionals. Might be we can become in future colleagues. I can see you guys growing with the help of lots of technologies, grooming and the innovations. So without wasting much time, I'll carry on my session, which is on top of the scaling up blockchain, utilizing the NFT and the NFC tech stacks along with the Google Cloud. How Google Cloud is leveraging its tech stack innovation in terms of non-fungible tokens as well as NFC cards. So that is gonna be a future, maybe in upcoming 5-10 years, we'll be able to see lots of NFTs, transactions, and the innovations are being coming up in the market. And Google Cloud is really well prepared with their cloud platform by providing their SaaS, PaaS kind of services. There were lots of R&D going on in terms of this direction. When I was in Google R&D team, I was part of this project that we were working on to the beta version of that part. So that was still ongoing. Lots of enhancements are going on to in this direction by the Google Cloud. So we'll discuss it about, although it would be a very, very 10,000 feet overview since the tech stacks and the innovation is still not yet live. But to get a glimpse, and if someone would like to research more about it, they can introspect and search lots of content over the internet and the Google Cloud communities. So coming on to the content, I'll be covering few things. First one is blockchain, how Google is leveraging blockchain. Then we'll come on to the NFC cards and then NFT, and how NFT is gonna replace the current digital currencies as well as the cash transactions in near future. So this is the table of content. I'll quickly switch over to the next slide, and we'll discuss about how Google Cloud is leveraging blockchain. As of now, lots of cloud providers are working into the blockchain technologies, but they are pretty much limited, or certain kind of sources were not able to match up. We need to struggle a lot being a developer or being an architect. Sometimes we also need to build our own some sort of systems. Since it's a blockchain, it's kind of open and distributed system. We don't need anyone's control to it. We can mine our own coins and all those things over a distributed network. So here are certain provides. GCP is providing like import export functionality. It is going beyond global when it comes to the import and exports of the goods. When we talk about any kind of shipments, let's say lots of, I have heard that lots of people are saying, I have got this mobile phone, or ये mobile phone Delhi में सस्ता मिल रहा है, but it is quite costly in Indore, and the same phone is quite costly in certain rural areas. So that way, GCP is leveraging blockchain to overcome this kind of differences and all those things by utilizing its import-export functionality. They are still, although all those things that we are discussing over here that might not be available over the internet, since things are still into the research and development mode. And some of the features of the beta versions, I'll be sharing up to the community to test it out near future through the various channels. Now, if I talk about the domain, currently GCP is targeting by leveraging its innovation in terms of blockchain is retail, banking, insurance, automobiles. Banking is still a very untouched domain when it comes to the leveraging immutability of the blockchain in terms of cloud, because lots of banking products and banking financial institutions are not interested, or we can say are pretty much bound due to the various security reasons to go over a cloud. So by leveraging blockchain channels, providing the high level of immutability can leverage this particular business sector to grow really good along with the Google Cloud platform. Now, it's pretty much architecture like how GCP is working, because GCP haven't built out its own blockchain environment at all. They had partnered with Elastria blockchain, and how they are integrating this third-party API to launch their SaaS-based platform, so that an end user can just get a user interface. I don't need to know, being a user, to understand how blockchain works, how crypto works, how to mine those coins. I'm not at all interested. I'm more interested into my business sectors. So GCP is leveraging that particular technology to provide a better user experience when it comes to the technologies. And it has certain middlewares which used to interact with the user's database, and then with the help of Quorum node, it is connecting with the Austria blockchain. That is essentially a third-party provider that used to provide the immutability towards the Google Cloud platform. Now, how blockchain services in GCP. Although everyone has a questions and everyone is raising concern, there are various limited services when we talk about SaaS services in terms of blockchain. But Google has been grown in last 3 years in this domain, and they have added their services in those supply chain, cryptocurrencies, this healthcare domain, supply chain. All those services are being coming under the product section over a Google Cloud platform. So those are the sections. So any questions on blockchain and leveraging the blockchain along with the Google Cloud? Then we'll move on to the NFT part. No questions? Yes.
Hello. Hello, I'm
Yeah.
Rahul. My question was how Google handles the security of in the blockchain system right now, because like we know the DAOs and other things in the blockchain systems right now. So like it's very difficult to maintain the security purpose. So
Yes, so that's why, since if we talk about the market trending and all, since GCP is quite late in terms of enabling and establishing the connections over a blockchain. So instead of taking up a much burden onto the blockchain side, GCP has decided to onboard a third-party partner that we had listed in the previous slide. So from the blockchain and the immutability and the distributed network point of view, the third party is managing the security, whereas onto the cloud and the integration with the users' data and the cloud services that we guys are using, for that Google Cloud is responsible. So it's a kind of a bilateral kind of agreement between those two. I hope I answer your questions. Yes.
Hello, sir. My question is blockchain is reducing getting it more transparency and reducing cost for the system, but setting up the infrastructure for the blockchain is costly and it is consuming too much energy and too much resources. So how can the net result is positive?
Yes, so that's what I explained you, right? Being a developer or being a user, you don't need to worry much about how things are going into the backend, how it is gonna store, where my NFTs or the tokens get stored. So that's why the Google Cloud is coming up with a SaaS-based platform. So being a normal, you need not to become any technical person to utilize these services and all. So you guys are provided a user interface, dashboard, administration panel, and you can get leverage with all of the user manuals to utilize those. So rather than focusing more onto and learning onto how blockchain is getting integrated, you can focus more onto your business prospects and the business problem that you are gonna address. So that's what the SaaS platform does with the leveraging the blockchain with GCP. Any further questions, or shall I move ahead with the next topic? Okay. Now we talk about the second version of the blockchain. So blockchain is just providing the immutability of all those informations that I'm gonna store in a distributed manner. Now it will provide you the independence. You don't need to be dependent onto any of the person or the institution or a government to deal with your any of the data related assets. Now lots of organization, institution faces lots of trending are going, boycott this thing, boycott that part. We are not gonna accept 200,000 rupees note from the next 8 p.m. and all. So that kind happens. And the business are dependent onto various business institutions, financial institutions, and they are running. So blockchain with Google Cloud is providing the feasibility and the independence that, okay, I have my digital assets. Now it's my property. I can decide how I would like to use, I would like to sell it, how I can get patented and all. I don't need anyone to say, okay, this particular data assets that you have, that is correct or not. It's me. I had created it and I am assuring it and I'm storing it as part of NFT on top of the blockchain. Now that particular NFT will become my digital asset. Now I don't need anyone, neither any government institution nor financial or any type of person who will say that, okay, this particular thing is correct or not correct. So it's you, the content creator, will be able to decide. And based on that, those NFTs can be traded among globally. So let's say I am doing a lecture, okay? I recorded a 2-minute video, I stored onto a blockchain immutable object. Now it become my asset. it become my asset, it become my patented, all those things can be automatically done because this thing is pretty much immutable. Now, if someone from, let's say, South Africa would like to see and utilize this content, I can simply trade that NFT to that person. And I don't even want to get money out of it. I can get something else from him. So in future, if we talk about upcoming 5 to 10 years, there might be a possibilities that we don't need a currency to trade globally. Rather than we can trade on top of the NFT. And Google is quite leveraging a lot of investments as well as their resources into the research and development to creating, to facilitate such kind of innovation in future so that we can have all those cloud infrastructure ready. So that person need not to at that time, need not to think of, okay, I don't have blockchain, how will I create an NFT? They will have all those cloud services created. They just need to focus on to their content, right? And if I talk about a recent use case, there is a company in Indore itself, like they have raised around $300 million, some sort of funding. What they are doing, they are leveraging this Google Cloud with the NFT. They used to take an India-Pakistan ka match, they used to create a clips, they automated, provide certain innovations on top of it, store it as an NFT. Now these short videos, these contents, those moments are become a digital assets. Those are getting traded. So we are still, there might be possibility that in future we might move into the older kind of way of traditional, where we don't need to be dependent on any kind of restriction, institution, or government. Like everybody will see, right? If someone has traveled overseas, someone, let's say I had purchased something, I need to pay the custom duty and all. But those NFT transactions can get skipped up. I hope in future government might brought in certain policies, but as of now, there are no policies. So it is becoming one of the safest way to trade any kind of information over a global platform. Now, how this NFT are being stored? These NFT are being stored in a or you can say the multi-tenancy, like explained into the previous session. There would be a distributed cluster environment. So there would not be any kind of centralized server where someone's NFT is being stored. Let's say my NFT is stored in my, let's say in my hard disk. Someone NFT is stored into his personal laptop. So all those things, distributed network is getting created across all of the world. So that maybe I can have my NFT stored in my phone that can be easily available throughout a network if someone would like to trade it, sell it, purchase it, anything. So things can be distributed, and along with the Google Cloud, there are lots of services which are supporting distributed networking is leveraging this innovation footstep. This is the next further points that I would like to mention, whereas NFT is being leveraging, how the verification is gonna work, how authentication, authorization, all those things will work. All those services are already being present, and I don't think that is needed to be covered in this session. Now, a very high level overview how NFT is gonna work. So it's kind of simple. If there is a demand and supply, if it is matching, it is becoming a business. That's it. So this is the very basic principle of the business and the trade. And this is where the NFT is coming into the picture. So if someone has created, let's say, a digital content, if there are certain, you can say, the buyers for that content, so it could be a business. So there could be a relationship between a buyer and a creator. So creator used to create a content, they can go onto the centralized server, they can store it into the content metadata and all those things. And the NFT contract will get created. Those were immutable. So once it get created, it cannot be changed. So once those things will get converted, there will be two types of storage. One could be an internal, one could be an external. External could be exposed to the global level. Internal will be only exposed to your devices or the virtual private cloud. The scope you can define in terms of internal storage. Now, so as we all discussed about this blockchain, and Google is leveraging blockchain to create the digital assets. Now imagine a world where you don't need a currency to trade. You are just leaving out and you have all those NFT to get traded. And it can be centralized valued. Although it can be valued. Let's say I have a digital content, it values around $100. The person is having another digital content, it has the $200. We can swap our NFT. If I need his NFT, he need my, that's all. It's just like a very old civilization that I need a rice, he need a wheat, we have exchanged it, that's it. The global trend happens. No government involved, no financial institution, no bank involved, nothing. You are getting traded. And the best advantage of this tech stack, which is upcoming in the market, is you don't need to be dependent on anyone, neither a government. Now, in the world of very unstable, you can say the global trading system, if let's say if someone has said in front of, if someone has said negative or positive, it might affect the global trade. Let's say Ukraine and Russia has fought off. Now we Indians are not getting business from US just because we haven't voted into the UN. What is this, man? We are dependent on someone else. Why we are paying costs for someone else's mistake? Because we are depending on to the other institutions, banking systems and their trades, markets and global strategies. So why to be dependent on those kind of things rather than have our own infrastructure, own NFT, digital assets created, and let's start trading into that particular part. We don't need currency, we don't need money, we don't need any governance. A single walking person can be a governance to himself, he can be a digital asset, he can create anything. So do you guys still think that we do require certain dependency on other people? No, right? We don't like to, right? Being a human, I would not like if someone will suggest me or thing like. I would like to do my way by my own. That is one of the independence that is leveraging by Google Cloud by utilizing blockchain and NFT. Now coming on to the next session. Any questions on NFTs when we come on top of the NFC, which is another enhanced version of the NFT? Any questions, guys? No questions? Yes.
Sir, as you said that there is no governance, we don't need governance, but in some cases we do. Like if someone posts something that is not appropriate for the audience, there should be a body to govern that, to regulate that.
But this is not public. This is not public. You are the owner of your digital assets. You are 100% responsible. Just like you hold any property, you hold your phone, you are holding a digital assets. So it's not public.
But that will be visible in NFT, like we can make it visible on some OpenSea platform or something.
So on top of that, there is already a governance into the different countries. They have certain policies, contents, and their posh policies and all those things. And still, in future also, when these things come into the market, there were certain additional governance need to be added by the government. But as of now, there is no. Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My question is, since Google Cloud is providing something similar to blockchain, but it is not decentralized. With all other blockchains like Polygon and Ethereum, it is totally decentralized and people can become miners. Even I can become a miner for the blockchain. And as my colleague asked the question about if something is not appropriate for the institution, we have DAOs, which are decentralized autonomous organizations in any other blockchain. So those organizations can cast a vote and they can make decisions to take the data off and something. But with Google, since Google is hosting the complete architecture and Google is having the control, it will not again provide us the authorization to take anything away from the system, and it can have the authorization to take anything like something against the government. They can have the control to manipulate the system.
Yes, so that is a older service that you are talking about. Now, as I mentioned that Google has tie up with a third party. So they are making sure that those immutable objects on top of the blockchains are decentralized. That means those were distributed across the network, across the devices. Even a simple pen drive can hold your digital assets. So that thing nowadays it's being supported, and Google is supporting decentralized manner blockchain things.
Sir, if the data is decentralized, so what is the Google's role of architecture here? Like what is the Google actually providing here? And the role of decentralizing the data actually means that people can become miners for the blockchain. So can with this blockchain technology, I can become a miner for this particular?
No, it's not about the mining that I'm talking about. See, blockchain is totally, as I mentioned, it's a two-way communication between the third-party blockchain provider and the Google Cloud. So Google Cloud is leveraging that technology to create an immutability of those infrastructure on top of the cloud. As I mentioned, that Google is not getting any type of data because these are the assets belonging to a specific person who has stored onto that particular distributed network. So even though any of the cloud provider, forget about Google, any of the cloud provider or any of the other institution cannot manipulate it and cannot claim the data or the digital assets of that person. So that is not possible.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Any further questions? Oh, we can move on to the next part. Okay. So now next thing comes is near field communications. So how many of you guys are aware about those NFC cards? Most of you, right? And how many of you guys are utilizing this technology in day-to-day of your life? Great. So now how NFC, now we are utilizing, like we might have utilizing tap and go, ATM cards, credit cards and all those things. Now NFC is becoming one of the very digital assets in terms of digital marketing. Now previously people had utilized just for the ticketing system, for the tap and go, ATM cards and credit cards, all those things. Now it is creating one of the biggest revolution in terms of the digital marketing industry. Let's say if I need to bring up my business card or anything, or I need to create a digital marketing banner out of my shop. So I don't want to get it printed onto a normal flex and all. So people will just see and just reaching out about 10 meter or 20 meter, they will forget about my shop name or anything, or my business institution. Rather than this, NFC cards have come into those marketing strategies, whereas things can be marketized. Let's say someone can put up those NFC banners in front of their business institution. Those can be scanned up. All those informations can be shared across their digital assets. And those are being integrated with those NFTs. So we can store all of our business related information on top of NFCs, and things can get redirected. So it is gonna save lots of transit time. You can say there's identification, and in healthcare domain it is gonna increase a lot in terms of technologies. Nowadays, if you might have visited any of the hospital, you guys have been provided a single card. Those cards were the NFC card. These NFC cards are HIPAA compliant cards if we talk about the healthcare domain. And there are various institutions, independent institutions, those are creating policies to the different business sectors. Those are being followed by Google NFC card service. That is again a SaaS-based service provided by Google Cloud. So again, you don't need to worry about managing and implementing those things. You can utilize those services over a Google Cloud as well. Now, if I coming on to the currencies versus NFT, Now we will discuss how the currencies, like nowadays cryptocurrencies are trending and how NFTs are being trending. So earlier we might have seen that, that in India, government has banned that multi-level marketing. Everybody has heard about that one company name during their college days. कि आप अपने नीचे 3 ऐड करो, then उनके नीचे फिर 3 ऐड होंगे, and you will become a millionaire in a year, right? So those things were banned, right? The same concepts were launched by cryptocurrencies and all. So altogether it is a different term, but it is being added lots of governments by the government institutions because those currencies are being involved. Now, when we talk about those NFTs, so NFTs doesn't require any currency. It itself can become a currency and things can be traded, right? So future might be, we are not sure, even the Google R&D team, GCP, anyone is not sure how NFT is gonna replace, but definitely it is gonna be create a huge amount of business around the NFT tokens on top of blockchain and Google Cloud. And I hope, even I wish those currencies can be replaced by those NFT tokens, and Google has nothing to do with it, but providing the overall platform infrastructure, SaaS, PaaS-based services, so that this kind of innovations can be led by someone else and leverage the Google services and create those innovative ideas and the businesses. So, thank you. I would like to now I would like to welcome any questions, so that if no questions, then we can wind up the session. So we are good. So I am around over here for the whole day. And one more thing, like I had got the volunteers got distributed one of the NFC based cards on your desk, so you can utilize it. And over the community, I'll share that how can we leverage those GCP services on top of that card. So those manuals will also be provided to you guys. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for this insightful session. I request Karan, Amit, and Darshan to come up on the stage and give the token of appreciation to the sir. Thank you so much for your valuable time. एनर्जी बहुत डाउन होती हुई लग रही है, ठीक है, आई अंडरस्टैंड, इट्स ओके, थोड़ा सा हाइप अप कर लेते हैं. सो कैन आई हैव अ हूट प्लीज, कम ऑन, और थोड़ा सा, किसी के गले नहीं खराब होंगे, अच्छे से, कम ऑन. Nice, great. Okay, so moving ahead with the last session of the day. So, since this is the last session, we have someone from Kolkata right here in Indore. And yeah, Mridula, go ahead and introduce him.
So, moving on to our next speaker for the day, and also the last speaker for the day, Mr. Anubhav Singh, co-founder of Dynapy, an experienced machine learning engineer and a full stack developer. And we are very delighted to declare that he is from GDG Cloud, Kolkata.
Seems like this is the most awaited session. What is happening, Anubhav?
So you already have a hype created around. So
He
please
has very-
welcome. Okay, so let's not dilly-dally anymore and let's welcome Anubhav Singh to share his expertise on the topic, a high availability ML heavy cloud solution architecture.
He is also from GDG Cloud Kolkata and he had organized a very nice event in Kolkata. So a big cheer for that, GDG Cloud Kolkata. Great. All the best.
Mm-hmm. It's not like ये निकल नहीं जाएगा ना. Sure, sure. Mm-hmm. Got it. And this one? Charger है, but ये full charged है. Mm-hmm. Like थोड़ा push करते हैं, मेरे को demo देना है, तो I'll have to. It looks fine. Looks fine. Mm-hmm. No. Mm-hmm. Maybe I can share my screen to some other laptop because net चल रहा है. So apparently a lot of setup required.
I think this is going to be a very tech savvy session. So we have a lot of setup to be done. He has some demo to show you all. So that's why it's taking a little bit of time.
Okay, so just have patience. धमाकेदार सेशन होने वाला, उसके पहले थोड़ा सा तो ऐसे वेट बनता है, ठीक है?
ऐसा ऐसा सस्पेंस क्रिएट कर रहे हैं और कुछ नहीं है.
बुला लेते हैं सुनो, अगर किसी को आज के सेशन के रिगार्डिंग कुछ बोलना है, बट वो लास्ट में
नहीं तो
नहीं, anyone would like to share anything, like we are open to come to a stage.
पूछते हैं ना कितना टाइम लगेगा, बहुत ज़्यादा टाइम वाले. अभी टाइम लगेगा तो हम किसी को बुला लें स्टेज पे, ऐसे कुछ बताना हो कोई. Okay, if anybody of you is interested in telling something about the event, you can come up on the stage. This is the stage for you. एक person will take. So whoever is interested, सबसे पहले हाथ उठा लो and just come up on the stage.
Like anything you would like to share regarding event or something you would like to share that you think that this platform is the best platform to share those things. So you can do that, okay? So anyone interested?
They'll also get a swag. तो अभी you can.
अब तो हाथ खड़े होंगे.
No one is interested? अच्छा, there's some.
Okay, so
तुम volunteer हो यार? नहीं. Anyone else from the audience?
Okay.
No.
I'm able to see that some of the friends.
We have one person.
So give a huge round of applause. Give him a cheer.
Woo! What's your name? What's your name?
Sudhanshu.
Sudhanshu. Okay, okay. We have Sudhanshu with us.
Yeah, hi guys. My name is Sudhanshu and I am attending this GDG almost 5 to 6 years now. I attended these events in Pune also, and luckily I am working from home, so I got chance to attend this one as well. And one thing I noticed that this event is only organized by these people, and always it has been a fantastic event. Means I think it's a 6th year, and I never saw that in any of the event there is any issue, any fight. Lot of people comes and you see lot of crowd was there, right? But it was managed very well, right? So this has been a fantastic event always, and I think that is this group who has taken the responsibility. I have put in lot of queries to this group, and I remember Ayush replied, Ketan replied. So these people are really quick also. Means they are spending a lot of their time in organizing these events, so we should really appreciate them, and thanks a lot. Yeah.
Thank you, Sudhanshu. Thank you so much. One second, we have swags for you. झूठ नहीं बोलते हम. Come on, come up on the stage. Cheer up.
Cheer for Sudhanshu, guys. It's great that he's taken an initiative. Anyone else? Like I'm listening the sound. Anyone? Just raise your hand.
देवेंद्र सर की टीम में से कोई कुछ कहना चाहता है? You can come up.
Anyone? Okay, please come. Please give a big round of applause for him. Okay. It's good. Okay, your good name?
Suryansh. Suryansh. So hello everyone present here. I am Suryansh, and I am a final year student at BTech NMIMS Indore, pursuing my BTech.
Yeah, it is what.
So this is my first event, and I'm really enjoying it. I'm actually new to this technology, and I'm currently learning it. So that's all.
Great, great. What?
Oh, he is a great guy.
What's your name again? Suryansh. Okay, great, Suryansh. Good. Amit, you can give it. Cheer up,
Guys, cheer up for him. Okay. Okay, thank you, Suryansh. So I guess
yeah, the wait is
done.
over.
Yeah.
We have Anubhav on the stage. So all the
So
best,
once
Anubhav.
again, give him a huge round of applause, guys. Show some energy. Over to you, sir.
Hi, namaste. Yeah, we have had a lot of great talks since the morning, and a lot of heavy stuff, right? A lot of heavy stuff delivered all in English. So I'm just wondering, how many of you are comfortable with Hindi? Perfect. Yeah, this was kind of expected, but you just need to confirm, right? So yeah, I'll be mixing English and Hindi. That is fine. Chalta hai sabko? Perfect. Perfect. Yeah. How many of you are students here? Okay, a lot of you. Professionals? Perfect. Freelancers. Any freelancers in the house? Okay, a couple of you. That's great. And how many of you actively work with machine learning? Okay, a few. How many of you are interested in machine learning? Nice. How many of you are interested in Google Cloud? Okay, how many of you are not interested in Google Cloud? Some of the volunteers over here. Okay, yeah, fun apart. So hi, I'm Anubhav. I'm a co-founder of DynoPy. You can just Google that. I authored 2 books on deep learning. Besides that, a bunch of things. Yeah, why the topic, right? If you saw the title of my talk, why am I going to talk about this, right? Why am I going to talk about high availability, right? What do you understand by high availability, by the way? Anyone? Anyone wants to try? Sir, over there. Can you get him a mic, please? Or can you shout very loudly? Yeah, he does not need a mic anyway.
I am audible?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm saying like when I talk about like being highly available, it means that it is available during the peak hours with huge traffic as well. The resources we are able to get the resource. We are able to, the site is not down or something of that sort we can say.
Yeah, so it's basically available all the time, even if there's a high amount of traffic on it, right? This reminds us all of the website for CBSE during the results. Yes, high availability. So the average cost of IT downtime per minute is $5,600. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to comment on that number, but it's a big one. And all of us think that it cannot happen to us, right? None of us think while building a website or an application that our application is going to go down. But then if you ask the organizers of this event, when they launched the RSVP form, maybe, that is when they faced high availability issues. Okay, so here's the agenda for today. The key terms related to HADR system. What is HADR system? Anyone wants to take a guess? HADR. High availability, yes. After that? कुछ भी लगा दो नहीं? DR से क्या हो सकता है? Doctor. High availability doctor. Disaster recovery, yes, you're right. She's right. Can you get her some swag or something? So high availability disaster recovery, right? So these are kind of systems which basically means कि CBSE website जैसा हालत नहीं होगा. And then we'll be doing a bunch of stuff. At the end, we have a demo. So yeah, there are a few questions which we'll be answering in this session. How quickly can your system bounce back from disasters? What are disasters? What disasters are we talking about? Floods? Anyone been to Bangalore recently? Yeah, not that kind of disasters. And are your ML deployments resilient? What is the meaning of resilient? What is the meaning of ML deployment? No one wants to try. Anyway, we'll answer these. When can you call your system architecture highly available? Right, so we are going to answer these, and let us start with key terms related to HADR systems. And these are the key terms that we'll be talking about: high availability, disaster recovery, unplanned and planned downtime, chaos engineering, and resilience. Right, so high availability basically means that your application can pretty much withstand whatever is coming at it. Right, if it's getting a lot of traffic, if you had multiple deployments maintaining the traffic on your system and some of them go down, even then your system will not crash. It will keep on responding to critical business queries, and your application will never just turn up too much load errors, right? And then, yeah, there's also this way to maintain high availability. Yes, if you don't build it, it won't crash. Disaster recovery, right? There's a long description here. You're free to read it. But it basically means that whenever something unexpected happens on the system, your software architecture has the capability to bounce back. And to be able to do that quickly is what we all need. This is not a good plan for disaster recovery, by the way. Unplanned downtime. Right, so unplanned downtimes can happen due to human error. किसी ने production DB delete करा? Who was that? Thank you for claiming it. So a lot of interns deleting production DB tables. Anyone did that? Like besides her? No? No? Okay. Bunch of heroes in the crowd. Yeah, you all deserve capes. Software problems, obviously no code is 100% without bugs, and that can happen anytime, and it can lead to the system going down. There's hardware failures. If the data center burns down, that's a possibility. Environmental issues, so the environment changes, right? Not that climate or something, we are not talking about that. We are talking about, if you think about the regular environment for petrol prices, right? That was suddenly changed a lot due to the Russia-Ukraine war, right? That was something unexpected, and it generated a lot of queries around petrol prices at that time. And yeah, that was unexpected, and maybe the sites which were displaying the petrol prices at that time had to deal with the unexpected traffic due to environmental changes, right? Changes which happened in the real physical world, which led to something unexpected happening on the platform. I heard about Johnny Hot Dog. They sold a lot of stuff in a single day, and that was kind of checking the high availability of Uber Eats. So planned downtime. Yeah, the opposite of unplanned downtime. Simple. Done. Next. Let's try to understand that. There are system upgrades, system repairs, and sometimes due to business reasons, you might have to just take down the site for a while, maybe restrict the traffic that you're serving to your customers, and that can be counted as a planned downtime. So unplanned and planned downtimes. And after that, there's chaos engineering. So in a nutshell, chaos engineering is basically a methodology of testing your software by deliberately creating some disasters in your system, right? So you created a system with a lot of Kubernetes pods and clusters, and deliberately you delete one of them. Can your system recover from that? Right? This is a system of testing your software, and yeah, this is pretty much about this, right? So we just broke it for fun. Anyway, resilience, right? So as I have been talking about high availability, the resilience basically means that whatever be the scenario, your software solution will keep on delivering critical business needs to your customers. It will not just go away from the internet saying that too many people on our website. Yeah. So whatever happens, your software says this is fine, right? So that is the idea about resilience. Now, key metrics for analyzing your system design. Acha, when I talk about system design, how many of you have studied it? One person in the back, one over there. Perfect. A few people doubtfully raising their hands. Shayad padha hai. Yeah. How many of you have graduated from BTech? How many of you graduated BTech from IT and CS and related domains? Okay, only a bunch of people here. Very interesting. What other, backgrounds are we having in this room? Okay, which year are you? Second year. Okay, that makes sense. So basically, this is a part of your coursework. Don't worry. All of you will study it if you are in BTech computer science courses, right? Yeah, maybe only these graduates are sitting all over here, and the rest of you are undergrads, right? The students, perfect. So these are the key metrics. Production capacity in and out of region. We have been talking about regions a lot today. So production capacity in and out of region, I'll talk about this. Platform availability. This is basically how much available your platform is. Availability during planned outages. So unplanned outages का आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते. वो कभी भी हो सकता है. But planned outages तो आपके हाथ में है. You know when you are going to take down the system, right? So your availability, how much is it impacted at that time? Failure impact. Failure impact is basically due to unexpected, unplanned downtimes. So if any of the parts of your system fail, is your entire solution going down, or is it, some parts of it are going to remain up and keep on answering queries to your customers? So think about it like this. You all have seen the entire plethora of solutions which Google has, right? So what would happen if there was a switch जो अगर डाउन हो जाए तो पूरा गूगल का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डाउन हो जाए, right? That would be bad, right? So one service going down for a while is fine, but then all of them going down is not fine. Disaster recovery time, how quickly can your software solution bounce back from disasters, from unplanned or maybe the unplanned or planned downtimes? अगर कोई भी disaster या downtime होता है, how quickly can your system come back from that? Very important. And then incident response time. If anything happens in your software solution, how much time gap there is between that problem being recognized, the solution being put up, right? And then the solution getting deployed and solving the problem, right? So this is the incident response time. And recently, a lot of times GitHub went down, right? So did you see how quickly they respond to everything, right? The moment it goes down, they put up a post saying that we have identified the problem, we are working on a solution, right? That is the kind of incident response time you're looking for. And then let's come to a very overview of high availability system design. Now, before I go into this, I want to ask a question. How many of you here have deployed any website or app or something anywhere? Perfect. So did you deploy it at a single place, or did you create multiple replicas of it? How many of you deployed it with multiple replicas? Okay, a few of you. And how many of you deployed it just at one place? Ki bhai yahi chalega, does not matter. Okay, great. So that is what we all do, right? When we create a new software solution, our first instinct is to get it deployed at one place and then we don't care about it at all, right? We just deployed it, ye chalega, jis din ye down hoga, us din ye down hoga. Right? We can't care less. But then, yes, we need to think about high availability. And this is one of the topologies which I'll be talking about. So if you look at this topology, then there's the edge service. This can be your node balancer or could be anything else. And then you have data center 1, and it is connected to the business logic, right? So the application, the UI part, that is different, and the business logic, that is different, right? So you could have 2 active replicas and 1 replica in standby, right? So this is one solution which I propose, and we will be calling it by 2 names. The first being the active standby, and the other being 2 active, right? We will call it 2 active in the future slides. Then the other one is you have 3 replicas, and all of them are active all the time. Very simple, this is 3 active system, or else active topology. And if you look at this comparison, I'm not sure how far back till it is visible, but if you look at this comparison of all the key metrics which I discussed about when you're measuring the when you're doing the measure of your high availability system. So these are the key metrics, and if you look at it, the 3 active one has a 99.99% uptime, availability during planned outages, right? And the other ones have a bit less than that. But then the failure impact is 50% for the 2 active one, and only 33% in 3 active. That is basic maths, right? If you have 3 of them running, 1 of them goes down, just 1 by 3. Right? So that is the impact. And if you have 2 active and 1 standby, if one of the active one goes down, it's a 1 by 2, right? 50% failure impact. And then the time to bounce back, all of those are mentioned here. We will see this later as well. So keep the metrics in mind. And then let us talk about challenges posed specifically to machine learning pipelines, right? Because a normal software solution is slightly different from a machine learning deployment. How many of you have deployed machine learning models? 1, 2, 3, okay. 5 of you, 6. Interesting. How many of you have built machine learning models? ऐसे कहीं भी, notebook, Kaggle, anywhere. You have built machine learning models. Great. So after building it, what did you do for deployment? Sorry? Okay, I can't hear you, sorry. Can we give him a mic, please?
Sir, we will pickle the model in its trained state, so we can deploy it, and its training parameters and other parameters did not change and remains constant, so it can allow the incoming data and process it accordingly for the same.
Okay, you said you will pickle it.
Yes, sir.
Right? Great. So what happens after pickling? Okay, how many of you have run predictions against machine learning models? Okay, okay. Do all machine learning models predict or do the inference in constant time? Anyone who has built a model which, predicts in half millisecond? No one? It takes time, right? These machine learning models, when you run them for inference, they take a bit of time, which is slightly more than what it would be in a normal application, which is just doing DB operations, right? So this slight amount of time which it is taking, that actually adds to the heavy lifting which your application system has to do when it is deployed for customers in the range of millions or billions, right? This slight amount of heavy lifting which it has to do converts to a very high amount of heavy lifting which it has to do when at scale, right? So you need to think about the challenges which, just because it's a machine learning pipeline, there are different challenges and we have to think about those. Mainly, I'll ask you an important question, what is a good ML deployment? And then we'll talk about 4 major parameters which affect the machine learning pipeline when at scale. So what is a good machine learning deployment? Everyone answers it differently, right? The business owners performs fast inference. Investors are like, as long as it sounds cool, it brings a lot of money, this is a great ML model, right? So investors are just like that. And developers are like, yaar, jaldi ban jayega to acha hai, right? So this the definition of a good ML deployment, it actually changes for everyone, right? Based on who you are, your definition will change. As a customer, you want it to be flashy, jaldi se ho jana chahiye, sab kuch ho jana chahiye, right? It should never fail. Think about the last time you went to YouTube and you usually listen to all these cool Bollywood songs, and one day, because your grandmother insisted, you played bhajans for 1 hour, and then your recommendations changed to a lot of bhajans, right? But that is actually a good machine learning model deployment. It's working so fast, right? The moment you start watching bhajans, all your recommendations are for bhajans. That is a very good example of a good machine learning deployment, which is learning very quickly and giving you results, right? So the volume of data processed is one of the major challenges in a machine learning pipeline. And with the increase in data volume, the processing time needed for the machine learning model, whether it be in inference or it be in training or data cleanup or whatever, it increases, right? Jada data aa raha hai to obviously jada mehnat karni padegi. Also, India's GDP grows with it. No one noticed that? Anyway, it's not India's GDP, it's the model accuracy, right? So the more data you have, your model will be more accurate till a limit. After that, it will saturate. But then your model accuracy will improve with data. But data is a problem because jada data aega, your model will have to do more hard work. Your hardware will be stretched to its capacity, and it might at times just crash and fail and give up. A lot of times this happens, right? If you have ever trained machine learning models, you might have seen that when you start processing data in the range of 1 GB or maybe say 4 to 8 GBs, your laptops usually crash at that time because आपके laptop का RAM ही है 8 GB. It cannot store data beyond that, right? So with increasing data volume, the machine learning pipeline is very susceptible to getting crashed. And then the quality of data. What kind of data do you have available to your machine learning system? That actually means the predictions will be based on that, right? So if you look at this insightful diagram, so between yesterday and today, if a person got married, then their extrapolation for a month is that at the end of the month, they will have 30 spouses, right? Which is bad data. The quality of data here is pretty bad. And if you feed this to a machine learning model, it will give you very nice predictions. Model decay. So there are two main reasons for model decay. What happens when you build a machine learning model, right? Model बना दिया, बढ़िया बन गया, अच्छा बन गया, accuracy 96%, 99%, deploy कर दिया, आज किया, ठीक है? Suppose हम लोगों ने prediction किया fuel prices, right? Raw fuel prices का हमने predictions किया. So ये predictions जो model before the Russia-Ukraine war जितने models बने थे, उनकी prediction just at the time the war started, their predictions got screwed up. Because वो बने थे एक ideal world के लिए, where there was no war, right? But then the moment it started and the global politics came into play, वो models सारे fail हो गए, right? So what happened to those? What happened to those was data drift. The kind of data which was getting generated in the real world, that changed, right? Say for example, I'll be showing you a demo very soon. In that demo, I actually built a model which predicts whether you will get a job after your college or not, based on your college scores, school scores, and which course you were in, if you did MBA or not, right? So based on all of that, it predicts whether you will get a placement or not, right? And it actually, for like people with very high scores, it predicts that you will get a job, right? For people in the range of say 80% and above, वो बोलता है कि like you will get a placement. What if कल को, like right now, today, our scale is on the basis of 1 to 100, but so my model is trained on 1 to 100 वाला scale, right? But कल को अगर यहाँ पे GPA system implement हो गया 4 point का, so all your scores will be in the range of 1 to 4, right? Someone getting a 3.9 grade is actually very exceptional. But हमारा model किस पे trained है? 1 to 100 में. So the moment it sees that someone has a score of 3.9 in their high school, what will it say? Unplaced, right? So all of India will actually, according to that model, go unplaced, right? So that is what happens when there's a drift in the data. And then the concept drift, right? So concept drift is a bit more, you have to put a thought in it. What is the drift of concept? What is a drift of concept? Can you think about any concept जो कुछ साल पहले बहुत valid था, आज नहीं है? Can you think of something like that? Let me give you a few examples. So this is the drift of concept between 1960 and 2019. And if you look at the two sides, right? There's fish market talk, which is basically adda marna, right? The things that you talk about. Then there's foolish talk, there's political discourse. Now if you look at Medicare for all, universal healthcare, build the wall. In 1960s, no one thought about this, right? Universal healthcare, 1960s में, that was unimaginable, कि सबको healthcare मिलेगा free में, right? Everyone will be covered by medical insurances. At one point, this was unimaginable, but today it's a point of political discussion, right? So concept drifts. In the real world, concept drifts. And at some point, a machine learning model which was built in 1960s would have classified those as foolishness, but today it actually has meaning, right? So once this happens, your model starts predicting the wrong things, because your model is predicting that it is foolish talk, but according to people today, it's actually relevant. So the concept has changed, right? If I built a machine learning model, and this is probably something which is a sensitive issue, but we need to think about this. if I built a model which was predicting placements, say in the 1950s, for everyone, anyone with a female gender on it would have got unplaced. Do you agree? But today, that has changed. आज वो काम नहीं करेगा, right? So this is, okay, I'll say this is an improvement that we have got as a world. But then yes, this is one example, right? The concept changes. People start accepting new things. People start rejecting the old things. And then the speed of inference against various inputs. So you created, say for example, an image classifier. You put an image of a cat, you put an image of a dog, it tells you कि ये cat है, ये dog है, right? You put an image of a muffin, it tells you it's a cat. So that's fine. But then the expected input which you have for it is 10 MB files, maximum 10 MB files of images, right? So images of cats and dogs. What if someone downloaded a movie and changed its extension to .jpg and uploaded it to your model? Will it crash? Or will it reject that input? Or will it, find some other way to deal with that? Right? So this is very important. Because जब आपने model बनाया, you expected that everyone will upload images of cats and dogs smaller than 10 MB. And then someone suddenly uploaded a file worth 1 GB. So your model, if you pass data directly to it, your model will crash, right? So you need to make sure that you're keeping this in mind, that what you expect that the user will upload, he might not. Cool, so a lot of slides. Let's do some stress testing of a high availability ML deployment. And yeah, maybe I can, is it working? Nice. Okay, so what I have here, I basically created a model, as I said, of a model which predicts placements, right? And so we are going to run it once. This is the data we are going to pass to it. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's visible. Can I zoom it? This is good? Visible? Right? So this is the data which we are passing for the candidate. Like very nice scores and a bunch of other stuff, right? Which degree he has got, what is the specialization, does he have work experience, right? So we are going to pass it to a deployment that we have ready. It's running at colon 8000 on my local host. And okay, this is not visible as well. What can we do for this? Is there a zoom, zoom? Yeah, is it visible till the back? Perfect. So I'm just going to run that file. So the file name is predict_test. And when I run it, there's a response which says placement true, placement probability 94.33%, right? So yeah, high chances of getting placed. But what it did was basically it sent a request to my deployment, and that deployment chose one of the available systems to handle it, and it gave an output. I'll show you how this is working. So there are actually multiple topologies which I'm working with. There's a single topology in which there's one VM, predict1. There's a single VM which is going to handle the request for this. There's a 3 active, and there's a 2 active. In 2 active, you can see, okay, this should be false. So let me turn off this system. Right, so there's 2 VMs, predict1 and predict2, which are on status true, which means they are going to handle the queries coming in a round robin or random fashion. And then there's predict3, which is going to handle some more queries, right? So this is something which I'm showing you at very bare bones, right? You can think about deploying it as you wish, right? If you want to put it on Kubernetes, put it on Kubernetes. If you want to deploy multiple VMs, set a load balancer, it's totally up to you how you replicate this entire thing. But what I want to show you here is like how it works on the bare bones, right? So this is running on port 9696, 9697, and 9698. And in 3 active, we actually have 3 VMs which are active and which are ready to handle the query, right? So I told you about the 2 active and 3 active topologies. Remember that? right? So in two active, what was the scenario? There were two active ones, and there was a standby one, right? So this is on standby, right? And then on single, we have just one VM, which is like, bring it on, right? The deployments that you guys mostly do. So let us try to run these. This is my main file, which is handling the stuff. We are going to set it to the single one. So there are three topologies, and I'm setting it to index 0. Array indexing starts from 0. So yeah, I've set it to the single topology. And I'm going to use a system called Locust. Has anyone heard about this before? Locust? Use kara? No. So what it does is it sets up a request swarm for any target which you are picking, right? If you have heard of DOS attacks, denial of service, right? So denial of service attacks, how do those happen? How do those happen? बहुत सारी request एक server के against create करते हो, वो server बैठ जाता है. That is what we are going to do, right? So we are trying to test कि हमारा system कब fail होता है, ठीक है? And I have put a limit. I have put a limit of 10. So if you see, then हर यहाँ पे सब मैंने load mention करा है, right? So what is this load? It basically means कि कितना concurrent connections है उस particular VM पे, right? And the moment it hits 10 for any one VM, it will stop responding, it will start generating errors, right? And we can think कि वो traffic saturate हो गया, right? So we are going to run a number of connections against single topology right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new test, and I'm going to set it to, say, 50. Okay, so let's start. And it has started. You can see the number of requests that we have made, and you can see the number of failures, right? So right now there has been no failure in the system, and everything is going good. You can see the total requests per seconds. It is increasing here, and the status of how many users are connected on the system, that is increasing. And right now you can see that the failures have started, right? So the failures have started here. And let us go and see how many requests we have had. So we have had 38 failures, and request is 110. So I can just say that if I minus the same number, so somewhere around 60 or 65, we started failing with the system, right? The single deployment thing started failing at, say, 65, right? So 65 requests ke baad ye system fail ho gaya, right? That is for the single deployment. Now let us see how it works with the two deployment system, right? So, sorry, two active system. And let me set it to two active, index 1. Right, so two active, I'll repeat again. So there will be two VMs which are active, one VM which is on standby. And what should happen, ideally, what should happen? जब दो systems saturate हो जाए, तो third one should get active, right? So we'll see if that happens, and when that happens. Let me go back to our Locust, and we'll run a new test. Let me again set it to 50. 50 is good. And by the way, if you notice that I'm running 50 against 10 threshold, right, which is like 5 times. So it is bound to fail at some point. So we have restarted the test. The requests are increasing. There are no failures currently. And let's see. So you see the load here is increasing slowly, right? You can see the load values getting updated. And this load will gradually increase till a point where one of these fails, and the other VM should get activated. It should step in to say that, hey, I'm here, right? So it got true, and it started handling requests, and this is where it started failing, right? So at 168, you have 17 fails. We can say somewhere around 150, it failed. So let me put a number. It's like 150 requests. So a two active setup failed at 150. This is just slightly more than the double of the single system, right? Because you had two active systems only here. And let's finally go to the third one. Let's go to topology 2. And this is a 3 active system. Let's try to swarm it again. Let me keep it at 50. It is bound to fail because we have a maximum threshold of 30. Okay, so we are seeing these are happening, and if you look at the 3 active JSON, then you can see the values updating everywhere at random. And the point where all of them will turn to 10 is when we should start seeing failures. So there's one system which got saturated, the another system got saturated, and I think this is where we get errors. Right? So there's again like 22 failures at 150. So somewhere around 130 it started failing, right? And this is kind of in consistence with the metric which I showed you earlier. Like if I go back a few slides. Whoop. So you see here, like the production capacity of the 2 active system is the highest, right? So in consistency with that, our 2 active system was actually the best performing one. And that is actually what happens in real life as well. It will actually give you the highest availability. But the 3 active system has more availability, but it has higher costs as well, right? So if you are looking for upgrading your single VM system, then where should you go? You should go to 2 active, right? Don't go to 3 active until you have much more load coming in. And after that, you can just think about any number of active and standby VMs based on your cost optimization and how much traffic you are getting. So that was the demo. And you can scan this to win some amazing prizes. Anyone want to scan this? Yeah? Great. Yeah, सब लोग scan कर लो. You see, there's a lot of money, there's a car. So how many of you got the prizes? You got? Sir, क्या मिला? Yeah, it's actually the link to the repo for that demo. Sorry for the scam. Okay, let's take questions. Any questions? Scam होने के बाद question पूछने का मन नहीं कर रहा, नहीं? एक भरोसे लायक आदमी नहीं है। Any questions? सबको सब समझ में आ गया? What a smart audience. Yes?
सर आप क्या रिकमेंड करेंगे कि जैसे आपने 2 एक्टिव बताया एंड उसमें एक स्टैंड बाय पे था, सो व्हाट विल बी मोर एफिशिएंट इफ आई वांट टू इंक्रीज द नंबर, लाइक कितना रेशियो क्या होना चाहिए?
Okay, so ideally you would keep like 2:1 in that. That is the whole idea of the 2 active system कि ratio तुम्हारा like 2:1 होगा. If you have say 4 active VMs, then you will keep 2 standby. Any more questions? Yeah, ऐसा लगना चाहिए. Perfect. Yeah, nice. That was like well done. So thank you for being an amazing audience, Indore. Yeah. And this is where you can get me. So yeah, if you have any questions after the session and if you want to reach out to me, I'm pretty much available everywhere with that word Experian. You can just Google that. So that's it. Thank you. Maza aaya? Good. Agreeable audience.
Yeah, very nice audience. We can have Q&A if you want. 6 minute बचे अगर किसी if somebody wants to ask any questions, they can do that.
Sure. Yeah. If anyone has questions, then you can just catch me here. Otherwise, just ping me on any of the platforms. I reply to everyone.
You can ask right now also. 1 to 2 questions we can take.
Yeah. Okay. Someone has a question there.
Hello. Like as you told about the ML model, like we will be using 2 and 1. Like 2 is the running state and 1 is the waiting state and 3 is the currently running state. So like in the context of like we are also working in the Kubernetes as well. Like they have a concept of pods in which if one pod is stopped, then there will be another pod automatically starts. So there is an automated process. But so what exactly happening in this ML model? If the first model like starts rejecting the request, the third model will start. So is it like we have to start the first model again by manually, or it will automatically restart auto-generate process?
Yeah, so your pod does not actually stop, right? The moment you can actually define metrics based on which it will generate the next pod, right? So what happens, say you define a metric ki 80% CPU jab hit karega, I'll spin up a new pod, right? So the moment your first pod hit 80% CPU, the second pod got started, right? So वो 80% के बाद वो balance हो जाएगा, दोनों के बीच में divide हो जाएगा load, it will again come down. And ये वाला भी like ये 0 से start करेगा, it will probably take up say 40% or something. फिर जब ये वाला भी 80% होगा and this one again will come at 80%, that is when the third one will spin up, right? So GKE clusters auto scaling, the horizontal auto scaling, right? So this is like very useful in such systems. Yes. Yeah. So if you deploy it on like horizontal auto scaling, it will actually give you a very high availability.
Thank you.
Thank you. ऐसा पहली बार हुआ है 17-18 सालों में.
Yes.
क्या बात है.
This is the first time I came to Indore, by the way, so nice to meet you all.
Okay, thank you so much, Anubhav, for having for coming over here, and we are really glad to have you over here. As a memento or as a token of appreciation, I request Akshat and Sarika to come up on the stage, and please hand it over to Anubhav. Please give it a good cheer. Come on.
Nice meeting you. Nice meeting you.
Woo! Woo!
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
So we have come towards the end of the session and the event is about to finish. So last time बोल रही हूँ, it's hashtag CCD Indore 2K22. We have been monitoring और बहुत अच्छा tweets का response आया है. So let's make it more trending. अभी end हो रहा है event. Keep tweeting and as much as possible. So we have hashtag CCD Indore 2K22, GDG Indore, GDG Cloud Indore, and hashtag WTM Indore. So for the closing note, I would like to invite Savvy Jain. She is our WTM ambassador. There's a big introduction for her, but then she's good enough to give it on her own. Yeah. So give it up for Savvy Jain.
Hello everybody. How are you people? Hello. How is your Josh? How's the Josh? सर नहीं ऐड हो रहा है, कोई बात नहीं. ठीक है. How was the event for you? पैंडेमिक के बाद में सबसे पहला बड़ा इवेंट GDG का, GDG Cloud Indore का. How was it for you? Anybody would like to give some specific feedback, something that you observed which was good, something that you observed which could have been improved? We are always here. हम लोगों की team would be there to listen to all of your suggestions. So first of all, a big thank you to all the team members, the organizers, volunteers, everybody from the GDG Indore team, GDG Cloud Indore team, and WTM Indore team for making this event happen. A 400 plus people event after the pandemic. It was difficult to arrange like venue, logistics, your ticketing, acknowledgement. आधे लोगों ने जिसने RSVP नहीं भरा उनकी entry manage करना. Everything is there, right? So a big thank you to the team. हम लोगों के अलग-अलग events के team के photos. After all of this, कितने लोग हैं जिनका पहला GDG Cloud या GDG Indore event है? Oh my God! आप लोगों को GDG के बारे में पता नहीं था या आते नहीं थे events में? कितने लोग हैं जिनको इस event से पता चला event अपने GDG Indore के बारे में या GDG Cloud Indore के बारे में? काफी सारे लोग. Okay. Maximum of you from Indore. How many of you are from outside Indore? इतने सारे लोग फ्रॉम आउटसाइड इंदौर, तो फिर तो बहुत ही नाइस है. If you are not already a part of our social media pages, or if you have not followed them, you can follow these pages. तो Facebook पे, Instagram पे, Twitter पे हम लोग काफ़ी एक्टिव रहते हैं. एंड आप जो भी पोस्ट कर रहे हैं विथ द हैशटैग CCD Indore 2K22, आप इन सब के चैनल्स पे पोस्ट कर सकते हैं. पोस्ट कर सकते हैं इन द सेंस इनको टैग करके पोस्ट करना, हम रीपोस्ट करेंगे. और ऐसे भी सर्च करोगे गूगल पे तो भी मिल जाएगा, मतलब इसका फोटो भी ले सकते हो अपने मर्जी के श्रद्धा भक्ति के हिसाब से. हम लोगों का बेवी का प्लेटफॉर्म है जहाँ पे वी पोस्ट रेगुलरली इवेंट्स. ऑलमोस्ट हर मंथ में एक दो इवेंट्स हम लोग करते रहते हैं. नॉट एट दिस स्केल बट या लाइक वी डू रेगुलर इवेंट्स. तो यू पीपल कैन स्कैन दीज, या फिर आप gdg.community.dev एंड GDG Cloud Indore community.dev पे सर्च करके जा सकते हैं. बेवी का प्लेटफॉर्म है. यू कैन रजिस्टर दिस पेज. आई विल गिव यू टाइम टू स्कैन दिस पेज. If you are not a part of our Bevi community yet, you can like just scan these pages. आखिरी वाले जो पीछे बैठे हुए हैं उन लोगों को स्कैन करते आ रहा है. किसी को दिक्कत आ रही है स्कैन करने में तो we can even give you URLs. तो GDG Indore, GDG Cloud Indore आप ज्वाइन कर सकते हैं ये वाली कम्युनिटीज यहाँ से. Done with the scanning. किसी को स्कैनिंग में दिक्कत आ रही है? अगर किसी को दिक्कत आ रही है तो बाहर स्टैंडीज लगे हैं, उसके पास में भी QR कोड है, तो वहाँ पे आके भी आप स्कैन कर सकते हैं. या फिर इंटरनेट पर नॉर्मली भी सर्च करोगे GDG Indore, GDG Cloud Indore तो लिंक आ जाएगी ऊपर, बेबी की लिंक. फीडबैक इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट स्पेशली फॉर द स्वैग्स. तो इस वाले पेज को आप स्कैन करिए. आज के इवेंट का जो भी आपका फीडबैक है, ऑनेस्ट फीडबैक, वी टेक क्रिटिसिज्म वेरी नाइसली. We will try to improve the deliveries, sessions, speaker content, whatever is needed, whatever your feedback is. Excuse me. We would take feedback very like nicely. तो आप लोग इस पे feedback दे दो. Once your feedback is done, do check in कि वो आपके email पे उसका वो आ रहा है, email आ रहा है. हम लोग बाहर जब आप लोग exit लेंगे, हम लोग आपको swags देने की इच्छा में है, तो आप वो email दिखा दो तो हम आपको swags दे देंगे. Because feedback कोई भरता नहीं है, 20-30% लोग feedback भरते हैं बस. तो we have to take those measures. तो basically ये feedback का form भर दो. I'll give you a minute to like fill the feedback. Anybody wants to know anything about the community, how to join, what all like do you expect from the community, or any kind of questions related to this community, you can connect with anybody from the team. किसी को और कुछ पूछना है, बोलना है, feedback share करना है. Probably the last time you get to be on this stage today. Anybody? हाँ जी. Can somebody get the microphone to him? ऐसे ही बोल लो, चलेगा. We will take your feedback into account. Anybody would like to give any other suggestions? You can fill it in the feedback form. And if you are a professional and if you want to get your company associated with our teams, or you want us to host some event in your office, या आपके office से आप चाहते हो कि और developers और professionals हमारे company मतलब event के साथ में associate हो, communities के साथ में associate हो, तो you can reach out to anybody from the organizing team. And we will like coordinate कि आपके office space में if you have like 40, 50, 100 people space, so we can come and like do events in your office as well. We are always open to collaboration. Feedback form भर दिया सब लोग ने? Can I get a thumbs up feedback form पे? 2-4 thumbs up नहीं चाहिए मुझे, 200-400 thumbs up चाहिए. और टाइम लगेगा feedback form के लिए? 1-2 मिनट और ले ले. ठीक है. किसी को दिक्कत आ रही है फीडबैक फॉर्म स्कैन करने में तो थोड़ा आगे आके भी आप लोग स्कैन कर सकते हो. मूविंग ऑन. एक ऑल इंडिया लेवल का इवेंट हो रहा है अबाउट हैकेथॉन. कमिंग टू द पॉइंट, क्लाउड नेक्स्ट हैकेथॉन हो रही है विच इज़ एन ऑल इंडिया लेवल हैकेथॉन. इसके रजिस्ट्रेशंस आर स्टार्टिंग सून और ऑलरेडी स्टार्टेड. The event final would be there on October 12th and 13th. इसको स्कैन करके आप पेज पे जा सकते हैं and you can get to know more about the details. Basically एक idea selection होगा, team selection होगा, multiple people can like form a group and participate into the hackathon. So if you want to like win prizes, cash prizes, there are cash prizes up to 1 lakh rupees. And you will get to compete with a very large audience all over India. So like internationally also people are participating. So it's a hackathon. You will have to like build the product and put it on GCP, or फिर you can participate in the hackathon. Step wise आपको जो भी करना है वो आप scan करके पेज पे से पता कर सकते हैं. For this, if you have any questions, you can reach out to the organizers and we will try to answer your queries again. And you can click photograph. अगर आपका scan नहीं हो रहा हो तो you can even search Google पे directly कि Cloud Next Hackathon and you will get the like SEO is pretty decent good. Okay, cool. Shachita? That's it, folks.
Thank you, Savvy. Give it up for Savvy.
Okay, so it's about to end. Okay, so let's wrap up the session with an activity. Okay, so that like you can re-energize, and when you go outside, so you are really energized. Okay.
This is the last activity for
Yeah.
sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Chalo. Let's start with it. So we are dividing you into two teams. This is team A and this side is team B. Okay. So what you need to do is कि you need to shout CCD Indore. Okay. अब who does it better? That will be decided by our crew team members. And they'll decide it.
Okay, so there are two teams, left and right, okay? And we'll guide you that when you have to shout, okay? And you have to keep shouting until we don't say the name of other team, okay? Let's say I say that team A, okay? So you need to keep shouting like CCD Indore, okay? In very nice voice. And when I'll say,
थोड़ी ऐसे ट्यून आ जाएगी अगर बीच में तो भी चलेगा.
Yeah.
ब्राउनी पॉइंट्स मिल सकते हैं उसके. तो इस टाइप से रहेगा.
Okay, so are you guys ready?
थोड़ी energy.
Are you guys ready? Okay, now I guess you are ready.
Team A make sure not to shout when team B is shouting, and team B make sure not to shout when team A is shouting.
Yeah,
Okay.
otherwise it will be a type of negative point, okay? So you have to make the silence when this team is shouting, and you have to make silence when this team is shouting, okay?
Okay. Let's start.
Okay, so team B. CCD Indore, CCD Indore, CCD
Come on, we have our
Indore.
speakers in team B. You need to shout. जोर से. Where's the energy? और जोर से. I cannot hear.
Team A.
Nice.
Team B. Team B. Team A.
Nice.
I guess Team A is
Team
like
A,
leading as
team
of
A is
now.
leading. Come
Okay,
on,
so
team B, team B.
Team B. Team B. Team A. Team A. Team B.
Team A. Woo, team B. अभी नहीं टीम बी मजे ही नहीं आ रहे. टीम बी कम ऑन.
Team B, come on. I'm
Chalo,
giving
1,
an
2,
extra
3,
chance,
team
like 2
B.
times. Team B. Team B. Team B. Team A.
Team A is killing it. Nice. Team A is the winner, hands down.
So undoubtedly Team A is winner. So give a huge round of applause for Team A and also for Team B for nice competition. Okay, better luck next time.
Okay, so going ahead, I would like to invite Mr. Akash Gangrade. He's our new GDG Cloud lead. So he would tell you.
Give a huge round of applause for Akash sir.
Give it up for Mr. Akash Gangrade.
Hello. Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Akash Gangrade and I'm a new GDG lead of GDG Cloud Indore. So अब जिन्होंने shout Twitter or LinkedIn पर किया है, I would like to announce their name. With most likes on Twitter, we have the winner Sarthak. Can we have Sarthak? With 47 likes on Twitter. Can we have the goodies, please? Tushar, you can come. Huge round of applause.
Thanks for listening, Sarthak.
And the second winner is who has posted on LinkedIn with 216 likes. The name is Khushi Trivedi. Can we have the swags, please? Swags. All right then. Thank you everyone. It was a great event. Hope you all enjoyed. Thank you. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Okay, now the team behind the whole event, I would like to invite each and every one of you, just come up on the stage. Come on, just
all
share
the
it
team
up.
members
Give
as
it up
of
for the
now.
whole team of GDG Cloud Indore. Come on.
Come on, team. Woo.
So this is our entire team. This is the team behind the event who has actually helped us to make this event a grand success.
So once more, give a huge round of applause for team. Everyone.
एक टीम फोटो. इसके बाद ऑडियंस के साथ भी एक सेल्फी है.
So don't worry. सभी अपने बाल बनाने शुरू कर दो.
ओके सो लास्ट रुक जाओ टीम ऊपर आओ. लास्ट हिपे पुर्रे बनता है, ठीक है. अभी द इवेंट इज फाइनली एंडिंग. ओके सो वील जस्ट हैव 3 टाइम्स हिपे पुर्रे. ओके 1 2 3 स्टार्ट. हिप 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 हिप. ऑडियंस से मुझे आवाज ही नहीं आई है. क्या हुआ?
ऑडियंस को भी बोलना है. ओके
ऑडियंस को भी बोलना है. चलो वंस अगेन. हिप
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 हिप हिप हिप हिप.
Thanks for being a great audience. You had a great energy. Just love the event. Thank you. Okay, I request everybody of you to just come a little ahead and we'll click a selfie.
Okay,
Sir,
like line
थोड़ा
by line.
आगे आ जाओ.
We'll try to arrange here also. Okay,
We'll
but
try
one
it
by
out.
one, line by line. Please maintain the decorum. Okay.
request all the team members to stand on the stage. ऐसे करके. Everybody smile. Woo! Okay, smile.